Hello everybody and welcome to another Battleground Games Live. Hello Amanda.
Hi.
Welcome to Battleground Games Live. There's a bunch of microphones here if you want to grab one. Hey guys, welcome to another Newplay 40K. Streaming live here from the loft at Battleground Games and Hobbies in Abington, Massachusetts. So this is a short program that I have planned to demonstrate myself getting into Warhammer. My first ever Warhammer army. Technically, it's a kill team army.
Yeah.
I got the Tau kill team box, and I've been building and painting them and getting ready to actually play with them. So let's talk a little, well first, for anybody who's joining us who is not familiar with Battleground Games and Hobbies, we are a friendly local gaming store in the greater Boston, Massachusetts area with 3 locations. One up in Saugus that has a thriving Warhammer community. One down in Norton where they do have several Warhammer events every week. And this one here in Abington, which has a convenient loft where we can stream from. So we do a whole bunch of different streams. Primarily, we do Friday afternoon or Friday evening board gaming, but we've also been doing, as I said, Newplay 40K, this program here, where I am attempting to learn how to play. You sound very quiet. That's fine. And coming soon on Sunday, I believe it's the 23rd, 24th, we have a D&D adventure. I'm sorry? 24th. 24th.
Yes.
So that's going to be really exciting. Amanda, if you want to show off the books, we are going to be going to Ravnica and playing some D&D on stream in Ravnica, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be amazing fun.
We actually have a guest on her way right now.
Amanda, your mic is not picking you up at all.
You know what? I'm on, but there's no light.
Okay, check the batteries. Anyways, introductions. Hi, I'm Andrew, and this person that you can't hear is Amanda. And we are going to have a special guest star at some point later today because we are going to be having Jules join us. She is Insidious Pie in our chat.
Anything?
No.
Okay, so the batteries in this one are good.
Okay.
I'm just going to take this one.
So we're going to have Jules joining us, and Amanda and Jules are going to be doing D&D generation, creating their characters,
Yep.
and I'm going to be painting because that's what this Monday stream is all about, is we've been doing various painting stuff. As I said, 2 weeks ago, live on stream, I opened the Tau Kill Team box.
How do I sound now?
Oh, you sound great.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Wonderful. Fantastic.
Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I opened the Kill Team box and took out a bunch of sprues and built a bunch of Tau. And there were lessons that were learned, primarily that in 40K, as opposed to other miniature games I've played in the past, it is essential that you determine what you're going to build before you start snipping things off of sprues, which is not what I did because I was doing this live on stream and I just wanted to dive in and start gluing some guys together. So I built some sort of random Tau. I don't know how they'll play when I actually get to playing the game, which was going to be next week's stream, but I believe is going to be delayed for 1 week. we'll get to that in a sec. But yeah, because I wanted to actually get something done during that
Right.
stream, and I didn't think it would be terribly thrilling to watch me read rule books and try and
The action
build.
research is always fun.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, more fun to watch you actually be putting things together
Exactly,
than to watch
exactly.
you research what to put together.
So I just built some dudes. So what I built a couple of. Actually, let's go to Zoom Cam. I built a couple of drones. So I've got a MacLeod drone here, which you can see he's got the little MacLeod here. That's an important Tau thing. They get to mark things and it improves their accuracy. I built another drone. So this was an interesting thing because I built this on stream and nobody mentioned to me when I glued it together that I had the gun pointing backwards. So I built this guy the other way around and had to actually break him and pin him and glue him back together. So I don't know if you can tell on stream here, but he's not quite right. He's a little tilted, which is fine.
Fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. So I built those two drones. I built a turret. Now the Tau turrets, you have two options for what arrays to put on them here. And I have no idea to what the difference is. So I just put this one on because it looked cool. I built my leader, my Tau Chasui. He is wielding a long-range rifle, so he's obviously going to be a sniper of some sort. And I built 4 other Tau troops. There's enough stuff in the box to build 6 more, I think, so I can build 2 more if I so desire. But I built 2 guys with shotguns, which are this guy here and this guy here. You can see he's got a shotgun shell in his hand because space shotguns use shells still. Apparently it's some sort of energy weapon shell. Anyway, so I built 2 guys with shotguns for close range maneuvers. And I built 2 guys with sort of blasters. So there's this guy here and this guy here. And last week on stream, I started doing base coats for them. So that was 2 weeks ago I built all of these guys. Last week, live on stream, I started painting. And I got a considerable amount of work done in the 4 hours of the stream, because I'm running from 1 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a lot of work done.
Excuse me.
Yeah. But I did not complete the base coats. You can see on my Chasui here, I got the little Tau feet done. I love the Tau feet. I really am enjoying painting these models because they have such a great sort of sculpt to them. The Tau have these little digitigrade feet with these 2 big toes. Allie was in chat last week, so she was telling me in the novelizations and the books and such, it's explained that these are hooves. So they have 2 little alien hooves, but they look like elephant toes for me, which is why I painted them gray. And then they've got the blue flesh, and they've got, you can see, little dew claws sticking out the back there. And then the Kill Team manual, or the book that comes with the Kill Team box, has some illustrations of example Tau, which I used as a basis for my base coat starting. So you can see these guys have sort of jumpsuits or pants on under all their armor. And in the regular Tau, the sort of generic or classic Tau, they are orange or sort of reddish orange. I chose, because I'm a rebel and don't want to do just the basic thing, I chose to do them in an olive green. And that's how far I got last week. Since then, I've done a little more work and learned a few more lessons. So I wanted to get to the white armor for the Tau, because as you can see in the illustrations, they're wearing, you know, white armor on their torsos, and they have white on their guns. And so I wanted to work with that, and my first attempt is this guy here, who looks a little washed out on camera. But you can see, I painted him a blinding white. And it came out not horribly, but a little clumpy. The coverage isn't great. You can still see some of the base coat through it. I have to do another layer on him. And
white is a giant pain.
Yeah, white is a giant pain. So I posted about that in the Battleground Warhammer community, and pretty much got the same advice from everybody. Everybody who replied to that post said, okay, fine. The key to painting white is not to paint white.
Exactly.
The key to painting white is to do something else that's similar to white, like another light color.
So
You get better coverage, and it's less clumpy because the white paint tends to clump. So I started another guy. These are both my shotgun guys, or these are both my blaster
if you want
guys.
an example of building up from white, we have this guy here.
Okay, so Amanda's got Castagear here from the Highlander board game.
And you can sort of see where the color that he started is the color that's in the creases.
Mm-hmm.
And then I built up to white from that. Because his clothes really are like blindingly white. But I wanted those shadows in there. So I started with, like an aged bone color, is the paint that I'm using. And then worked my way up from there, because that allows you to get a lot more shading and shadowing than you're ever going to get starting with white. Because if you start with white, then you've got to paint in the shadow. Whereas if you start with something else, you're highlighting up to white, which is a lot easier to do.
And this was the advice everybody gave me, particularly Frank Canapino, who's one of our regulars in the Abington store. He said, if you start with a lighter color, you can brighten to white. If you start with a bright white, you can't go up from there. There's no way to turn it up to 11. So when you're doing highlights, you can't, because there's no way to highlight further up from a white coat. So he said, go with a lighter color, a gray or a light blue, and then from there you can highlight. So that's what I've done with this guy. He is done in a very light blue, which is this here, pale blue. I've been using the Vallejo paints. I like the Vallejos because they have eyedropper and they're easier to deal with. So that's what I have been doing. I started work on that guy. I want to do a little bit more work on him, and then I'm going to carry that over to everybody and make them all that same sort of light white color. So and I also started work on the drones and stuff, just getting some dark colors in there. So you can see inside the turret here, I've got some dark colors. And so that's what I've accomplished in the time since I last was broadcasting. I'm just going to dive into it and get back to painting some light colors onto these guys. I'm saving the Chasui for last because he's sort of the premier troop. He's the leader of the squadron. And so I want to get my technique down and then do him last.
That sounds like a very good idea.
I've got a lot of his other base coat done, obviously. I've got the green bits that I want green. I've got the blue bits that I want blue. I've done some darker colors on his gun, on his belt, on his backpack. But I
Base
haven't
coats
done
are
the
no
bits
big
that
deal.
I want white.
You know, base coats you're fine.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, you're just slapping it in there a lot of the time. But yeah, I have a figure that I want to fix that I'm going to work on off camera. I generally paint board game figures on alternating Fridays and Saturdays. And I've been working on Highlander, the board game. I'm finished with the base game. I'm working on the expansion, the Princes of the Universe expansion. I really wish they would get the license for the show and do show characters, but I guess they don't have any current plans for it. That being said, one of the characters I worked on this past week, and I'm not thrilled with how she looks right now. So I'm going to go back over her. Fortunately, it's not too bad, it's fixable. So I want to go back over her and kind of fix her, or at least get her to a point where I can start over again. And there are a couple of little details I want to fill in on the base game. I like to do these on camera because I like to have the full process on camera.
Yeah.
But while I'm waiting for Jules to get here, I think I'll do some detail work and painting on mine.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn off my mic while I go downstairs and get water and stuff for myself, and I will be back in a moment.
While you do that, I'm going to start a second light coat on this guy here.
Cool.
So the observant among our viewers will note that I just put out some paint onto my palette and I'm just going with that raw paint. Partially this is because I'm working with the Vallejos, which are a less thick paint than you get with like the Games Workshop with the Citadel paints. And partially it's because I'm a fan of precision in my painting. And I have found that if I water paints down too much, they don't color inside the lines as much as I would like. So I realize this is not the generally accepted means of applying paint to a model. People have told me numerous times that I should be watering my paints down, doing more coats. For me, it's a balancing act. It's how much precision can I get with the paint? If I water it down, it makes it harder for me to get the fine lines that I like. Whereas if I just go with the paint straight out of the bottle, it works well enough. Well enough for me so far. I probably should learn how to water my paints down better. The primary reason for doing it that way, I understand, is to avoid getting too many streaks. The paint can streak and clump if you're working with thicker paint. So that's why I get as little as I can out of the bottle at a time. That's why I love the eyedroppers. They let me get just a tiny amount of paint out.
I prefer the eyedropper bottles as well.
Turn my mic back on, huh?
Yeah.
I prefer the eyedropper bottles as well. For a couple of reasons. I really like the eyedropper bottles in that they allow me to get just the amount of paint that I want, which is nice. And on top of that, they allow me to get the paint out without the rest of the bottle drying out. Which I feel like when you have
the
to
Citadel
keep,
paints have...
when you have to keep the paint pot open to work with it, it's a much wider mouth to the bottle, which means you're letting in a lot more air, which means a lot more surface area is exposed at once, which means you're going to dry out faster.
Yeah, obviously if you're working with Citadel paints, you probably shouldn't just
Leave
paint
it open,
out of the
yeah.
bottle. You should be getting a little paint out onto your palette. Like I said, you should probably be watering it down. The Citadel paints are thicker in general than the Vallejo paints.
But then you got to be scooping it out with a brush or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's a hassle. I do know they're very good quality paints. I just find dealing with that to be a bit of a hassle. I don't want to. I do like the washes. Nuln Oil, Earthshade.
Nuln Oil is absolutely
Nuln Oil is amazing.
amazing.
I actually find Earthshade, so one of the things that I was given as a bit of
The
advice-
Agrax Earthshade?
Yeah, Agrax Earthshade is fantastic. One of the things that I was told, and I found this to be true, is that Nuln Oil can be very harsh because it's black. It's a black wash.
Yeah.
And so it can be very stark. Whereas Agrax Earthshade is not a warm-toned brown. It's a very cool-toned brown. And you likely will get that darkening of your model. So if you have any browns, if you have any warmer tones in your model, and you want to shade that down, and you want something like Nuln Oil, but you've got a warmer toned figure in general, maybe Nuln Oil isn't the way to go. Maybe Earthshade is, because while it's not a warm toned brown, it doesn't have the starkness of black. If you want a warmer toned brown, then Seraphim Sepia is your best bet for that, at least that I've found. And I often use Seraphim Sepia as my sepia, as my flesh wash. If I need shading on skin, I'll use a watered down version of that, because I find that it doesn't bring the skin tone down a ton. So if I have picked a skin tone that I want, and I want that skin tone to be relatively close to what I painted it as, using a darker wash, that wash is going to bring the whole color back down. So yeah, you can go back and highlight, but when you're talking about a face that's, so tiny, that can be hard to do. It can be hard to highlight back up on a face. So I like using that as my flesh tone. So yeah, I've been definitely playing a lot with skin tone in the Highlander figures, because there are so many different races and stuff in those that
Which is nice.
it has given me more chances to play with different skin tones than playing with, say painting, what was the other one that I did different skin tones on? Santorini.
Right.
I did a friend's copy of Santorini, and I did different skin tones on the 3 different sets of figures, so that they're very easy to tell. They had different colored togas and different skin tones and hair colors. But definitely, this is giving me more of a workout with playing with different skin tones, which is awesome. I like that.
So I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons I don't like to water my paints down is I like to have a lot of precision in where the paint goes. And this may not be entirely necessary. The reason being, this is what Amanda was saying about base coats earlier.
Yeah.
Is that with the base coat, you don't need that much precision, because you're going to do a wash. You're going to do some highlights.
Yep.
And with the
You're
wash...
going to go back in and do detail work after the fact. So you can
Yeah.
always clean up an edge if you're not entirely happy with what you ended up doing originally. Let's see. Who do I want to work on? I want to work on Amy.
When you put that wash on, it's
Yep.
going to go down into the cracks and into the crevices. And it's going to get in along the edges and fill in those areas that you felt, or at least I often find, it obscures a lot of the bits where, I don't know, okay, so right along the base of this guy's gun here, it's a very fine line there. And I'm trying to keep it from bleeding into the darker color that I've got for the bottom half of the gun. And that's the sort of thing where, when you put the wash in, if you did accidentally go just a little outside the lines, the wash is going to go into that groove, and it's going to solve that problem. So now, like just there, I went a little further up the gun than I wanted to. It's fine. Everything's fine. Still doing base. Still doing base coats.
So I'm realizing that the color scheme that I chose for this particular character, Andy, I'm basically replicating the color scheme of that figure from Samurai Starship, or Starship Samurai.
Oh.
Where I had to do all that flame work.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to have to do again. Because that new character has flame work down at the bottom of...
Yep.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, did John leave that here?
Yeah.
Maybe I should prime that today.
You could. You've got a lot to paint.
I do. I have a lot. So I like to paint board game figures. I enjoy painting board game figures because...
I'm going to let him dry.
There's always variety in board game figures. And it gives me a really, really, really good excuse to exercise a lot of different techniques and try out new things and work with a lot of different colors, which I really like. So right now I'm trying to get this particular character
I'm going to work
to
on
look
my
less
drones
like
a little.
I want her to look less like a flight attendant or schoolgirl.
Or schoolgirl. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what people were saying in chat, is that
We're
she
like,
looked
what
like...
school does she go to? And it's like, oh, no, this is
That's
a
not
grown
what I was
woman,
going for.
and she's already Japanese. I really don't want to play into the Japanese schoolgirl thing, which she wouldn't, like as a character, she wouldn't really be into that. But the character as sculpted, she's wearing a sort of short skirt with a slit up one side of the leg, and I also don't want to play into like a lot of stereotypes that way. But she's not Chinese; she's Japanese. So the sort of look to that is really stereotypical. I don't like that. So I went with a gray dress. Her character's name is the Gray Ghost.
Makes sense.
And so I wanted to give her a pale gray leather jacket, but I also wanted to give her some red highlights because I've given her red leggings under her skirt, and I wanted to give a nod to her historical dress, which I gave her a red and black floral kimono. Because
Which
I had
looks
found
amazing,
a
by the
really
way.
good photo of one online, like a legitimate traditional kimono as opposed to like a costume on eBay. And it's absolutely beautiful, and I was able to replicate it close enough. Maybe I should have gone with gray, given that she's
For the
Gray
Gray
Ghost.
Yeah.
But I also liked the idea that a lot of these characters, their older versions of themselves, are closer to who they were before they became immortal. So that's what I did with that. But now I'm not happy with how her jacket looks. I don't like it. So I think we're gonna paint back over it.
So this paint is much thicker. I'm using this Necromancer cloak for the gray sort of outlines of this.
Which paint is
this
that?
drone.
Which one? Which bottle is that?
It's an army paint. So way back when I started painting figures, which is when I was doing Rune Wars figures, I bought a starter box of sort of generic paints, and it was all army painter paints. And one of the colors that came in that was this Necromancer's cloak color, this very dark gray. And I'm using that for a lot of the undersides of the drones and stuff. But it is a much thicker paint than the paint I was just using for the highlights. I don't know if you guys in chat can see, but the brush strokes are showing up in the paint as I paint it. I'm guessing that as it dries, that will be less apparent. I'm primarily concerned now with not having bubbles and glops in the paint. But I could probably afford to water this down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a good color for this, though. I didn't do any work on the drones when I was streaming last week. I just spent so much time on the Tau, like their feet and the green of their outfits, and it just took up a whole bunch of my time. Nice. For the back of this guy, this is the MacLeod drone. So the back of the drones, they have this sort of vent here. I'm going to do that in a much darker black, and then put some gunmetal, some sort of silver highlights in there, make it look more mechanical. I'm probably going to do like some gunmetal dry brushing on the bottoms too, give them a reflective sort of silver look.
Alright, I have covered over the red on her. I'm going to let her dry. I don't want to play too much with her jacket, but I wanted to.
So I'm pretty happy with that, what I've accomplished there.
Good.
We're listening to Miracle of Sound, for those who are not familiar with the music here.
Miracle of Sound is an Irish musician named Gavin Dunn. Mostly a solo act, though he will like get friends to come and work with him if he feels like he needs someone. I think he got like a saxophone player at one point for one of his pieces.
Yeah, he got a,
because he decided he really needed like a real saxophone.
He got a fiddle player on one of his pieces.
And if he feels like he really needs a
vocals,
female vocal,
yeah.
He will contact a female vocalist that he likes for that role and whose voice fits what he wants, and work with another person, which is really cool. We have had the good fortune to see him live twice.
So yeah, we really love Gav, and we love his music. All sort of video game related music, or
video game
movies.
Or movie. This particular one, I'm pretty sure, is Stranger Things.
Yes. I didn't do the bottom of this figure yet, but I can't. I have to do the top or bottom first and then let it dry before I can do the other side.
I'm much happier with how his head turned out than I thought I was. So that's nice.
Who are we talking about?
Castigear.
Ah.
Oh, I need to give Talia armpit hair on her old
Oh, yes.
one. So, this character has like her right arm raised in both of her figures, and she is not the sort to care about armpit hair. She's definitely not someone shaving.
No.
So I'm gonna paint that in. She certainly wasn't shaving when she was
a gorilla?
Yeah. Well, no. When she's like holding up that conquistador's helmet.
Oh no.
That's not a woman who cares about whether she's got armpit hair or not.
So I have decisions to make in the painting of this drone.
Yeah.
He's got all this sort of complex hardware
Yeah.
on his underside. And I have to decide what color scheme to give it. I'm going to obviously give him some green. So the drones all have these lenses, which I assume are their eyes. So you can see they've got 4 little lenses on their bases here. So I'm going to do those in green. They're going to be white on the tops, some silver highlights and black highlights and stuff. But this guy has his gun here, or I don't even know what it is. all this stuff down here. He's got this sort of hover base, and then he's got these bits here, and this sort of, I don't know. There's a lot of detail in here.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah. I think this front end I'll do white. Probably this back end I'll do white. Maybe do green right here, and then dark black or silver around there, and then do the same necromancer cloak, dark gray on some of these areas. There's a lot of decisions to be made there. And I don't really have a painting guide for him, or, you know, I'm certain there are painting guides, but I'm not using a painting guide for him. Sounds like some folks are beginning to show up downstairs.
Yep,
It
there's
being a
definitely
long weekend.
some people downstairs. It is school vacation week here in the Boston area. And it's a holiday today, which is why I'm here today. My workplace is closed. I sort of figured people would start showing up once they got themselves shoveled out. We did have some snow here.
Yep, just a little.
Not too
Very
bad.
light snow.
Yeah. Very powdery, very fluffy.
Okay.
Not too onerous to shovel or clear.
No.
The worry is that it's going to turn to like freezing rain or something later, and that'll be kind of gross.
Yeah. All right, so that's the top of those two drones done.
He's already painted it. I hear Jules.
Yep, I hear Jules downstairs. And I'll work on the top of this drone. And probably the back of his gun, the front of his... to decide what color I'm going to do the tips of his missiles that are sticking out here in. That got more into the crease there than I wanted it to. I mean, it's fine because obviously the wash is going to go in there. And there should be a black border between the area that's going to be white here and the area that's going to be dark gray.
Why did I just do that? I just picked up the character I just painted and stuck my finger right in the paint that I just put on the base.
Oh no! Big old thumbprint on the face.
No, I mean, it's on the base. It's on the bottom because I'm coating the bottom in black because where I did like the primer, it's sprayed, so it's not like even. It's not like I primed the bottoms necessarily.
Yeah.
So I'm just cleaning them up by painting the bottom.
Very quiet in chat today. I would have expected, what with it being a holiday in the U.S., it being President's Day, there would be...
People sleeping in.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Just getting their days started. Still digging themselves out. Hello.
Jules.
Welcome, welcome. Grab a mic. Yeah, I mean, get yourself settled.
So folks, this is Jules. Insidious Pie in chat.
Hello.
it is. I love this.
And she streams
A lot of different things.
a lot of different things
Currently,
as
a
Insidious
metric
Pie.
ton of Arcade
Arcade
Spirits.
Spirits.
Oh, so much fun.
I love that game so much that I had a brief bout of insomnia last night. I'm like, who's awake and playing it? Because I can hang out with them.
What system are you playing on?
PC?
Are you playing through Steam?
Yes.
Okay, they just released an update
Aw.
that fixes a couple of things and also changes the, I think, medium ending for Percy so that it's more ambiguous. It's not just like, you didn't make friends with him, so he's dead.
He dies
Spoilers.
of friendship.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But they changed some things.
Broken heart.
So,
Well, literally, right?
well, sort of.
Alright, does it matter which one?
No.
Shouldn't.
Tell, yeah.
I'm gonna take this one that says Chatu on it.
Chutu.
Go get this stuck in my shirt.
So as we said at the top of the program, for anybody who's just tuning in, Jules is going to be participating in our D&D campaign.
Our Ravnica D&D game.
Gonna
So Jules and I are going to talk character stuff.
replicate. I hope that worked. Hopefully that's not too attached to my food.
You can see all my little guys up close.
Oh yeah, like for real now in
Yeah.
the world. Right, on
So
and
Jules
then
does join us in chat fairly frequently, but Abington
Yeah, she's
is
a
a little
VIP
bit
in
more
chat.
of a trek than Norton is.
It's also weird. Wait, is it? I know there's
on.
so all the way on. Okay.
Did the light light up?
Yes.
Awesome, good, because I had a mic hack earlier where the light did not light up.
The LED's
And he was
broken.
like, "You're awfully quiet," and I was like,
That's
"There's
because
no
it's
light on."
that's because it's borked.
I think the batteries are dead.
Boyfriend and I actually came to visit last night. We came to Bother Carter.
Ah.
Because that's the two things we do are the two games that we love to play are Bothering Carter and Bothering Sam.
Those are good games to play.
They're very good games, especially because they're both good sports about it. So they're both like, yeah, okay. Or the time that we visited Sam at PAX East, we're like, now it's time to play Bothering Sam live at PAX East. Bother. And he was just, no, bothered. Oh, dear. But so boyfriend and I came over last night to Bother Carter. And normally when I come here, I come from work. So I come from Norton, which is the other side. I came from my home on Cape Cod with the boyfriend last night and did that again today. And we passed through this space that we're like, this looks like it should be the lead up to Disneyland. Because it's just like this empty stretch of road and like fancy street lamps. But there's utter nothingness.
What road are you on?
I don't know. And it's just like, what the... we were in the dark last night, so we're like, what's all that shining?
Where are we? Why
Yeah,
is
well,
this
and then we're like,
us?
what is this? Okay, so that's a bunch of cars, so maybe this is the, like, extra lot for the car dealership, but what is the rest of this? And then in the daylight today, didn't help. Because I'm like, that's a helicopter pad. That's a baseball field, but, like, really small. And a random building, and there's a trailer building over there.
Goodness
and, like,
only knows.
it looks very much like there was supposed to be some sort of development thing that probably ran out of budget somewhere along the way.
Welcome to Massachusetts.
Sadly.
So I tell people, I tell friends, I'm like, yeah, Massachusetts has a lot more nothing than you would think given our size. Like there are whole like stretches of area where there's nothing there.
Yeah, there's just empty.
And there's like a lot of developments. Like people, when they think development that like didn't pan out, they're thinking like outside of like Phoenix and places like that.
Right.
But there is a fair amount here in Massachusetts. There's some rural in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
People don't think about. There is a reason why Massachusetts is considered part of the Rust Belt.
The notion that we have a thing called the Rust Belt is really weird.
The Rust Belt is all car manufacturer places that no longer exist.
Oh.
And it's mostly Midwest, but we also have all the mill towns up north of Boston.
Hey, there it is. Hello.
Hey,
Hey, lobster friend.
hey.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm not actually going to fight you on this lobster today. You can have this. I'm here. But But that reminded me that I wanted to manually make sure that Twitch was hosting you guys and not Dash Ducks or whatever I left it on.
So yeah, I finished my Percy playthrough last night. And it's really good.
No, don't turn. I know
really good.
I was watching Cosmos before I went to bed. We didn't need to turn that back on though.
Which means I've now done all of the official romances.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm auto hosting you. Good. Cool.
Okay.
We're pretty sure there's at least one unofficial romance. But now I'm doing an ace playthrough, so we'll see how that goes out.
The person I found to watch last night, Quiet Quandary, I believe is their name.
I will check them out.
They were like they are a fellow lursman. Because they use
I
the
feel like a lot of the people who are playing this game right now are lure folk.
Right.
Because Graham does a voice in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was there, because Graham and Jacob were in it, and I was like, yes, please, I'm here for Graham and Jacob.
Excited about it too.
Oh, Jacob's enthusiasm is friggin' infectious. Oh my gosh.
So do you want to see my people all
I do.
actually physically painted?
I do.
Alright, so this is base game. They are all dry, so you may touch them.
Okay. I'm gonna hang on. Move this.
So yeah, if you're into visual novels, Arcade Spirits.
Yes.
It's still in its first week release, so it's got a discount for its release week right now. It's available on Steam and itch.io.
And it will make you want pizza on a bagel.
It will make you want pizza on a bagel.
Or at least it will make you want bagels.
Yeah, Andy and I went and bought like a family pack of pizza on a bagel, and we've been eating them.
I genuinely told the person that was watching, and he's like, "Oh my god, pizza bagels! I haven't had those in decades." I was like, "Yeah, my friend genuinely went out and bought pizza bagels after playing this because of this."
And then I tweeted to the Arcade Spirits Twitter account and was like, "Look what you've brought me to."
This is what you've wrought.
And they tweeted back, "Thank you for subscribing
To Pizza Facts.
And see what you've done to me, pizza on bagels, while I start my second playthrough. And then they responded, "Thank you for subscribing to Pizza Facts." Apparently the new update, if you subscribe to Pizza Facts, the end of every chapter gives you a pizza fact.
Oh, I already have that.
Okay, so you've got the newest version. Steam was supposed to update automatically.
Okay, I already had that.
Okay, good.
That was already happening for me.
See, I did it through itch.io, so I don't have the automatic upgrade. I have to do it manually.
But, yeah, so because this was a fellow lursman, like they knew Graham was in it, they knew all this, but they were not aware of some of they were like, oh my god, the pizza facts. Like they weren't ready for servo facts.
Unsubscribe.
Unsubscribe. Thank you for subscribing to Pizza Facts. But I also informed them like, oh yeah, and there's an ace playthrough, because like they were like deciding like, oh, do I want to flirt? Do I not want to? What?
There's an arrow ace.
Right, and they didn't know that. They were like, oh, I want to see the whole story though, and like chose the like flirt one. And I was like, you still get the story. You just don't do the smoochy. You just go on like best buddy outings, as far as I can tell. I haven't done it yet either, but
I'm just starting it. I'm going into like chapter 2 right now.
And he was like, oh really? And I was like, yeah, it's
friends on a play date.
Yeah, phrasing. Oh my gosh, these are incredible.
It was like not last week, but the week
Holy
before
crow.
when we were playing K2, and the terminology for putting up a tent is pitching a tent, and Travis and I were both like,
Friend out. Please get a 20-something on your design team. It's like, okay, so I think it's Iceland or...
Well, I think it's a translation thing, because originally the instructions were Polish, so I think when they translated it, like that, they weren't thinking about innuendo.
There was I want to say like Icelandic ad campaign. It's one of those like Scandinavian northern countries where it does the thing where in the wintertime it's dark all the time because axial tilt and so forth. Yeah. And so they had an ad campaign reminding people about the importance of making sure you get enough vitamin D, especially in the winter months where you don't have the sun exposure to just default get the vitamin D that you need.
The D?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so somebody thought the good campaign, the ad campaign idea of even I need the D, and it was like, this is why it's important to hire someone under 30 on your ad campaign team to tell you when you're making a boo-boo.
Or to ask you, Do you want to go in this direction?
Is this the thing? Are you?
Because you can.
Are you trying to make that joke? Because you can. I just need you to know you're making that.
If you made the joke, if it was unintentional, do you want to double down here?
Yeah. Do you want to keep going with that?
Yeah.
You've already done it. It's too late. We're over here now. But do you want to lean into that, or do you want to backtrack?
Our
This
friends
is so
Jay
cool.
And Kit at one
Are
point.
you in the air right now?
Oh wow.
I knew you were flying today. I wasn't sure what time today you were flying.
Oh,
Low bandwidth over Minnesota. We're still here though.
we're here. You're wherever you are, but we're here.
Our friends Jay and Kit had at one point thought that a good business opportunity for millennials would be to become corporate meme explainers.
Yes.
Corporate memes people.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Although that is one of those things that, like, it's a finite, like, you get replaced out of that.
Yeah.
Because eventually you don't get the memes anymore either.
Right.
Yeah.
These are so fantastic.
I will say, since I have
Holy
quit
smokes,
Twitch,
yeah, right.
I don't get the memes as much. Memes on Facebook are already, last
They're
week's
old by the
memes.
time they hit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
right.
Old by the time they hit Facebook.
That keeps happening. My fiance is like, "Oh, look at this," and I'm just like, "I found that a while ago. Where have you been?"
I saw that on Tumblr a year ago.
Yeah, right. I did always, however, find it. See, I think the back of this came out really good. I know you were worried about it, but I think it came out
right.
great.
So the problem is, that jacket is supposed to be purples and oranges, and it should be a fairly even, like, plaid for it. And I weighed it, it's definitely heavier purple
Oh.
on that. And the way it looks in his actual jacket isn't. Let me find a picture of it.
Okay. I mean, there's also an amount of, like, I am not strongly so, thankfully, but, like, minimally.
It's a lot more like half and half. And then the back,
All right, here's the problem where I am.
that. So
Like-
it's got those two wide stripes of...
I'm, like, minimally colorblind. Not crazy, but, like, enough that, like, I'm going, this matches, I don't see the problem. It fits. You did it. Good job. You made it so.
It's okay.
Oh, all
I
right.
just wish it was better, because I like that. And then these are, the bottoms of these ones were wet, but I think they're dry now. Yeah, they're dry now.
The notion that you can tell that just by looking at it is amazing.
I mean, it's shiny when it's
Oh.
wet. 'Cause
I don't painting. Or at least I don't miniature painting.
he's
Like, see,
done-
this one's still shiny, but it's supposed to because you did the blood spatties.
he's done, she's done, he's done.
I see. Yes, because these are still very
Yeah.
not color. All right, this is the one you were working on yesterday.
She's the one I'm working on right now. She ended up looking more like a flight attendant, and I wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, this came out really good. Holy crap. Oh
Alright,
my
that
gosh.
turret I've
Blood for
got
the
on
Blood
there.
God.
Yeah, wow.
Blood for the Blood God is amazing.
Oh wait, is this the same? Because it's for the same
Yeah. Speaking of Citadel paints,
doodad.
a lot of the Citadel technicals are
Ancient.
so much fun to work with.
So all of these characters are these characters,
Oh.
either modern or ancient. So like
Opposing
she
timeline, right?
is
Time for
modern
another
version of
warrior.
her.
Right.
See if you can figure out who he is, the newer, more modern version of. This is what he looks like when he dies.
That's the modern version?
Because he
Well,
only
not
lived
modern.
until like 1200.
Oh.
So there's an ancient version of him.
Is it this guy?
Uh-huh.
Okay. He likes him a big stick.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, I don't blame him, but
He's flashy.
also, I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm going to try not to cough directly into my microphone.
He is the ancient version of someone in this box.
Got to be this guy because they got the same sword still.
Yes, they do. And he has a tattoo on the side of his head that's supposed to look like his helmet.
Right. We talked about this.
Ponytail.
Where that is not OSHA compliant. Tattoo of helmet does not count as a helmet.
No. He is the older version of him.
Yeah, I can see that. And I'm assuming this is the modern version of this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is why I wanted there to be a little bit of red in there.
Yeah.
So, and he is the modern version of him. So he gets a powdered wig and a frock coat in his old version.
Oh my god, he does. Look at him.
Isn't he great?
The Hamel Jams over here.
And then he is the ancient version of this boring man here.
This milquetoast dude.
I mean, he was a crusader, so
Yeah, that checks out.
I'm not inclined to like him that much.
Right.
So those are the characters. Those are the figures I've been working on that you've been watching me work on, but those are them in person.
Yeah! These are the real life friendos!
I'm so glad you're able to come today.
I am too. Heck yes, days off.
Yeah, when the snow forecast came in, we
Yeah, we
were
were
like,
like,
oh, that might make things difficult.
No, I got all-wheel drive, I'm fine.
Cool.
At least I'm not gonna get stuck.
Yeah.
That is one of those things that, like, I somewhat have to remind myself, but also have to remind my friends and loved ones, like, yeah, all-wheel drive gets you unstuck from your parking spot.
Yeah.
It does not save you from the road. Like, yes, my car has the, like, fancy adaptive traction thingamajiggy, where it, like, goes, this is the wheel that has traction, so I'm going to adjust accordingly.
Right.
Like, it knows how to recalibrate the traction and torque and power and all that mumbo-jumbo to, like, various wheels to try and prevent you from spinning. But, you know, once that happens, it happens, and you're wrecked, as it were. So yeah, I'd have been here sooner if I hadn't spent an hour fighting with my printer.
No.
Douglas and I are in a fight. Douglas is my printer. I named him Douglas.
This is Vinya.
Okay.
Vinya.
Also, did I print the right one?
I mean, this will work fine. It just doesn't look exactly the same. But
Okay.
it has all the stuff you need.
It has a million different
Let me
things.
take a look.
It was one of those, like, this one's fillable. So I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna print this thing so I can fill out the default stuff in not my handwriting. And then I can pencil in the rest of it later.
So yeah, you won't need to worry so much about like swim, fly, and climb.
Yes, I'm a centaur. I don't do much climbing.
Even without like he'll figure out anything if we need to like.
I've determined that I have incredible upper body strength because every time I try to climb, I have to hoist an entire horse butt.
I mean, to be fair, it's a small horse butt, but still.
Is it actually the entire, like, bottom half of a horse? Or is it just, like...
Let's look up centaurs in the Guildmaster's Guide.
Because
So
I have
they
seen
are-
varying artwork for
They
this.
are about 4 feet high at the withers. So
Okay.
they are a small horse with a human torso coming out.
Okay.
So okay.
Because I did a look up and I was like, this is where I guess I am based on this is what the average is. Like, this is what the range is, so I'm going to cram myself down on the bottom half. Are you going to put a little red button on the bottom of the gun?
Andy, question.
What about the bottom of the gun?
Are you going to put a little red button on the bottom of the gun?
Well, I'm definitely going to put a different color there. I don't know if it'll be red. I suspect it'll be silver. There is this little, on the bottom of the gun, there's this little protrusion here.
So okay, nature's cavalry
But that,
is what you are.
yeah, they never ask about the red button. It's a
You're just not
Fifth
supposed to touch
Element-
it, right?
It's a Fifth Element reference.
Yeah. Most centaurs style their hair and tails in a similar way.
Yep. Braid daisy chains in it. That's my plan.
seems perfect. The upper bodies are comparable to human torsos, and their lower equine bodies average at 4 feet tall at the withers. Though they are smaller than a human rider mounted on a horse, they fill similar roles as cavalry warriors, messengers, outriders, and scouts.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually have instructions for the DM for climbing there.
Yeah, it's, I was hanging out with the folks at Norton Battlegrounds in a late night hangout situation last night as we were trying to, like, figure stuff out. And one of our friends looked up centaur things for me. And there's something called equine build, which we just started calling horse butts. Which is you can carry twice as much, but climbing is hard. Any climb that requires hands and feet means that every foot climbed costs 4 extra feet of movement.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Then we got into a discussion of what centaur push-ups would look like.
These are the important questions.
My boyfriend was just like, oh yeah, it's more like squats, really. And then it was like, no, you do them like against a wall.
Yeah. Because that's legitimately a way to do push-ups for people who like are still like working on or who have more lower body weight than upper body strength. Like that's legitimately a way to start doing push-ups. So.
Right. They came up with something even better that was just absolutely absurd. That was just like you splay out your entire, like you do a push-up with like your front, your arms down and your front horse feet, but then your entire butt is in the air somehow. It was just like this ongoing, like, no, but then you... But
where's the pivot point?
Yeah, we struggled with this. We really struggled.
So
Chad, I would love to hear your opinions on centaur push-ups. Yes, we did look that up.
You have survivor. You have proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice. Animal handling, medicine, nature, or survival.
That first one, though.
Nice. Yeah, that's 100% your character.
And there's also something called Circle of the Shepherd.
Yes.
Which we looked up and went, oh, that's it.
What's that out of?
That
Is that out of Xanathar?
I believe so, yes.
This is why I brought Xanathar. So, fun fact, we poured an entire air conditioner's worth of water on this book.
Why did you do that? That
Not
seems unwise.
deliberately.
Please don't do that.
Deliberately. It was deliberate. We were it had been raining, and we thought it had been long enough that things were dried out.
It was not. Yep. I did the same thing, pulling my air conditioner in.
We soaked our bed. We soaked the floor near the bed. We soaked a couple of books, and this was one of them. So I took it to work.
Yep.
And I'm actually quite proud.
Yeah, that.
With how well I was able to flatten it back out and rescue it.
Also, like, it's a little warpy, but it doesn't look like the artwork or anything was damaged. And, like, it gives it character.
I got to it fast enough to keep any of the pages from sticking together, which is the big risk when you get lots of pages wet. So, fun fact for anyone watching who is curious about rescuing wet books and book preservation.
Yeah.
I work in a library. No, I work with children's books.
Yep.
And you may not think, oh, that's not rare books or anything. Children's books get wet.
Yes, they do.
And one of the things that can happen very easily in children's books is kids get them wet and then don't tell parents.
Yeah, because then they have to admit that they just spilled their grape juice everywhere,
or that they dropped it in a puddle.
Or that they've done something they shouldn't have to a library book.
Exactly. And if you get to it fast enough, you can rescue it. And the way you rescue it is annoying, but effective. And the way that you rescue it, especially in a children's book that doesn't have as many pages as, say, one of these, is you take a paper towel and you get it right into the spine. And then you flip the page.
And then lather, rinse, repeat.
And then you press.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to press with even distribution of weight where the wetness is. Once the interior of the spine is soaked, you're sunk.
This guy needs a little bit more green.
Because once that spine is wet, you can't properly dry it enough, and it will start to grow mold. And once it's grown mold,
that's the end of that.
It's not coming back. But if you can get to it fast enough and get it nice and get all those paper towels in there, press it nice and evenly, and then get it near a radiator, you will be okay. But if you have something that is very precious and it got very wet and there is no replacing it, freeze it. Freeze it.
And
press it as much as you can, freeze it.
Yeah.
You want to get it as pressed as possible. You could even use like a vise.
Yeah.
And
or like a clamp thing, yeah.
You just want to get it so that you have like a board or something on either side to clamp so that you're distributing the clamps out. And then you freeze it. And this is actually what libraries use as... There are companies that do like book rescue and stuff like emergency management for libraries whose collections have gotten wet. As long as it's not muddy and the water was clean, what you do is you put them in deep freeze. and eventually sublimate
Freeze
to
dry.
get sort of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Or you can at least freeze it long enough that it's not actively damaging things until you have a chance to actually get at it and work with it.
Right.
But freezing it will keep mold from growing on it. It will keep the water from further damaging the pages and stuff. So yeah, if you have a damaged book that you really can't work with right now, but you also know that you don't want to have to replace, get some C-clamps on it, get a board on the cover, distribute that pressure, and freeze it, stick it in the freezer. So yeah.
I may be coming to, not for water damage, thankfully, but I work with toddlers, for those of you that are unaware. My eldest kids are maybe 2.5. They're not gentle with books, and it's not necessarily expected that they be.
They're learning.
They're 2.5, right? Exactly.
They're
However,
learning, basic manual dexterity skills.
Yeah, no, their fine motor skills are still in progress, and that's fine. However, somebody somewhere, and I don't know which one of my co-teachers it was, but somebody somewhere taught them that if they find a little scrap of something on the carpet, that they're allowed to go throw it away. Now, normally we shepherd our kids to the carpet. Our classroom's divided in half carpet, half pretend wood laminate floor. Unless they're eating or doing anything that is involved in the table or the changing table or any of the stuff that's on the laminate floor, we keep them on the carpet because that's where all the toys are and where the safe place to play is. The rest of it's just their book bags and things and the trash can and the refrigerator and stuff they don't need to be tangling with.
Yeah.
So it's the forbidden excitement zone because they're oh!
Yeah.
So any excuse to get on the floor, which includes throwing things in the trash, they'll take. So some of them have learned that they can shred bits of book. I found a piece of paper, can I throw it out now? So they've started shredding my books so that they can go throw something away.
I mean, on one hand, I'm impressed by their problem-solving
My
skills.
kids are clever AF. Oh my.
On the other hand, oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's right. And so it's now it's, no, you don't get to throw that away because I watched you shred it. You get to go sit by yourself. And now the book that you like is gone. Because you shredded it.
And this is how you learn about actions and consequences.
You gonna learn, and you gonna learn fast. Miss Jules is not having this.
So I found Sophie the Shepherd.
Yes. It is fantastic. It is also a thing that I discovered. So one of the things is you learn Sylvan.
Yeah.
However, centaurs already know Sylvan as a general.
Right.
It's Elvish and Sylvan, and according to the thing I looked at, most of them don't know Common, or have no need to. However,
because you're out in the world.
So the backstory I've kind of come up with is, because the other thing about centaurs is they are nomads. They're nomadic tribes and herds and that. And they are not the U.S. military. They will leave a man behind. So my sort of headcanon on this is that my character got left behind. Whether that's because she got distracted and buggered off, or because she tripped and got hurt, or whatever the case may be. But either way, she got lost, and her tribe went, well, circle of life, so it is.
Yeah.
And the other thing about centaurs that I was reading is that their nomadic cycles are sometimes so wide that they will not come back to the same place twice within the lifetime of a person. So they lost me somewhere near Ravnica. They haven't been back since.
So the interesting thing about Ravnica
is the entire plane is the city.
Yeah, there is no outside. Well,
they lost me near the
10th district.
Yeah, they lost me near the Selesniaks. I know that that's not actually the collective term for people of Selesny and Conclave, but I keep calling them that anyway because I think it's silly. They lost me somewhere around there, and one of the Conclave members was just like, "You seem lost, small horse child. Let us rescue you."
That's why I got this. It didn't have a D6. That's why I was able to grab this.
I see.
Of course I roll an 8.
Do you need my help?
No, I'm okay.
Well, because I also just bought where did I put it? I just bought a new set.
Yeah.
Because
what's
my what?
You got a dice set with free recharge box. Excellent.
What does that mean?
So we put all these Battleground. It comes with a free recharge box to recharge all your rolls.
That's adorable.
We have a whole bunch of labels. Actually, they're all behind.
Come on, let go. There we
I
go.
don't know if I've got labels back there.
You do. You
Dice back.
100% do.
But
remember
these
seeing them.
these you can't.
What I wanted.
We're not doing. I'm not gonna come invade over there. But these are all purple and swirly and green, and they fit very nicely with the theme I have going on. Allow me to rummage through the bag of holding over here. Hiya. Other than the spin downs that are in here for magic reasons, you may notice a theme.
They're very purple.
They're very.
You will like this.
Yes.
This is my very first D20.
Aww.
I got it out of a red box. Like the original D&D red box.
I think this is my first one. There's like a set of all purple but not matching anything else die in here, and those were the set I bought for my first D&D campaign.
So at PAX you work with Foam Brain.
I do. I work with Foambrain.
Then
And my volunteer coordinator, my volunteer coordinator, in an interesting turn of things, is also named Andrew.
Yeah.
huh.
Well, we've also got another Andrew playing in this game.
We have many Andrew. It's a Crisis on Infinite Andrew. These, I think, I'm trying to decide what my favorite of my dice are so far. I really like these ones that I semi-recently acquired,
Those are nice.
but the sparkly bisexual dice.
They're real good. They're real good.
And now I have semi-Barney dice, but that's okay. I'm on board for this. The more purple, the merrier. So yeah, I don't necessarily need all these at once. Maybe I should have saved
we were packing a whole bunch of dice for PAX, and every once in a while there were sets that were missing a die, so those were put aside, and I got to
I
these ones because
definitely put this inside out.
So I'm trying to work on my monk.
Man down.
The thing is, a lot of the stuff in Xanathar's for the monk additional info don't really work that well for it because they're assuming a structure that you can't really assume in Ravnica. And creatures that don't exist in Ravnica.
Right.
So, like, there are no Kirin in Ravnica. There are no dragon turtles.
Not with that attitude, there's not. No, I'm kidding.
There might be Hydras in Ravnica. Does anyone have Hydras?
There's definitely Hydras in Ravnica.
Excellent. I feel like maybe Hydras and Golgari do fit together fairly well.
Yeah.
So that may be my monastic icon as a Hydra.
I also feel like unrelated, but on the subject of dice, you would appreciate this that someone gave me.
Those are really nice.
They are D6, but
But
D12.
that's so nice.
It's apparently better for randomization or something like that. I don't know, but someone handed me 2 of them because they showed me like a whole pile they had, and like, do you want some? And I was like, those are really neat.
So
do you
they've
have
got
like
2 of each face?
Yeah. And the faces are opposite themselves, so like the 5 and the 5 are the opposite side.
right?
Interesting.
And the 3 are opposite. That's really interesting. Let's see.
And they're just like elegant and pretty.
So officially speaking, the Golgari don't really have monks, but I wanted to play someone who was coming from like the equivalent of the Underdark. And I wanted to sort of play with Golgari. I like the idea of the Golgari. And I also liked monks. I wanted to play, I've never played a monk. I wanted to play a fighter. And it turns out that's probably really good because we have a whole bunch of spellcasters. We have a druid, we have a cleric, we have a wizard, and we have a warlock.
To be fair, I'm not sure that I'm going to be heavy on the spellcasting. I'm probably going to be heavier on the animal handling.
Yeah.
And kind of like
it's still not
animal
it's
friends
not like
deal.
We have a fighter and a paladin.
No, we're
have
not.
A whole lot of people going smashy. Basically, the people who are likely to go smashy are me and the cleric.
I mean, I am smashy. I have hooves. There's a thing. No, I'm never gonna find it. There's an ability I have for that, and it's busted. I believe is the technical term.
I have to pick a monastic tradition.
Okay.
So there are some in the player's handbook, but there are extra ones in Xanathars. I definitely am not Way of the Sun Soul.
No.
Not as a Golgari, I'm not. But Way
No.
of the Kensei is actually really interesting.
Yeah, on the subject
Train
of...
relentlessly with their weapons to the point where the weapon becomes an extension of the body.
Oh, yeah.
Founded on the a mastery of sword fighting, the tradition has expanded to include many weapons. So, like, you get to make use of your weapons in the same way that you would use, like, your unarmed stuff as a monk otherwise.
Right, because it's... Right.
Because monks get a whole bunch of unarmed, like, martial arts skills. But there's also a drunken mastery.
I've seen that.
Drunken technique, tipsy sway. So, drunken technique, you learn how to twist and turn quickly as part of your flurry of blows. Whenever you use flurry of blows, you gain the benefit of the disengage action, and your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the current turn. That's really funny.
I've seen... Actually, it was ages ago, so it wasn't in this, and it wasn't this exact way. But, I played in a Pathfinder campaign that had a drunken monk that did that. But they had a series of abilities that they'd assigned to a deck of cards.
Ah.
So they pulled one because they were drunk and they were not 100% in control of how this was going to run. But they were going to do something. Hopefully it was relevant. Frequently it was, and it was hilarious.
I have discovered a piece of this model that did not get his base coat.
Oopsie
green.
poopsie.
There we go, olive green.
Oh, that's why you're doing bait. And I discover this too when I do painting. I'll be like, wait a second. How did I not paint this? Why is this so bare?
Oopsie, missed it.
Let's see. Choose 2 weapons. You can say weapons. You gain proficiency with those weapons. Weapons of the chosen type are monk weapons for you. Many of this tradition's features work only with your Kensei weapons. That's kind of cool.
So on the subject of centaur hooves, I found this. Hooves of Fury. Your hooves are natural weapons, which you are proficient in and can use to make unarmed strikes with either your 2 front hooves or your 2 back hooves. Yep. If you hit with them, they do 2d6 plus strength modifier and bludgeoning damage. If a successful attack is made with the back hooves, the target must make a DC 10 strength saving throw or be pushed back 5 feet. Movement in this way does not provoke any attacks of opportunity. There's also a charge thing, which is if a centaur moves at least 30 feet straight toward a target, then hits it with an attack on the same turn, the target takes extra damage of the weapon's type. The amount of extra damage is dependent on level. It's...
Yeah. I think the Minotaur has charge as well.
Oh, so Galdon and I are going to be a charging mess.
It's going to be great.
Also, I found the equine weaknesses, like, most of them are sensible, like, you lack the lower body of a humanoid, climbing is difficult.
Yeah.
You also can't, your fall damage is doubled from that, from the larger size of your lower half. You're unable to wear humanoid armor below the belt, like leggings, greaves, boots, etc. Also, unless your hooves are in some way obscured, you have a disadvantage on stealth checks when walking on hard surfaces such as stone, brick, or glass, because clop clops.
Yep.
Which is one of those, like, that's obvious, but I wouldn't have thought of it. Come back here. But yes, I'm very excited about this. Also, Andrew, I must say it's really weird to see you without your glasses on.
Yeah. I can't do fine detail work with my glasses on.
I suffer from a similar thing of, I will probably take these off to be able to read this properly, but...
Okay. Alright. I have a poisoner's kit, apparently, as a Golgari.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that checks out.
These are tables to like come up with different life events and stuff.
Yes.
So
That's what Andrew was working with the other
Yeah.
day.
I already have some idea. So basically, my character, her parents were Golgari, and she grew up on the streets of Ravnica because they died, and she kind of grew up outside of the Undercity.
Right.
And as she got older, didn't really have a guild, didn't really have anyone. Hello, good evening. We
Hello,
have,
friend who's...
see the dark blue on black. Hold on, going to highlight.
It's hard to say anyway. I was saying
FXs.
Physics.
FXs?
That seems...
They were in
Let me know
our
if
chat
I'm
last week,
saying
last
that horribly
Monday.
wrong.
So welcome back.
Welcome.
Hello again.
I'm gonna call you Fexy, because that's close.
As you can
I mean,
see,
unless you tell me not to.
I am doing the lighter bits of my Tau now. I had
But yeah, so she grew up outside.
I had done much of the base coating last week, including a lot of green, but I hadn't gotten to the white bits, the armor, last week. So I'm working on that now. So we are joined today on chat by my wife Amanda and our friend Jules,
Hi!
and they are working on characters for a D&D game that we're going to be doing on stream this coming Sunday. This coming Sunday.
Yeah, like, holy snaps.
So that's what they're working on while I'm working on my Tau.
Hello, friend.
We're talking Ravnica stuff.
We're getting Ravnican all up in this.
Yes. I'm turning off my mic while we talk. I didn't want to talk over Andy, but now that Andy is not talking. So yeah, the Golgari found her, and I'm sort of envisioning, even though there's not sort of an official monastery in the Golgari, the idea of her being sort of taken in,
Right.
not by like, a bunch of like Golgari assassins and stuff, but by like a small monastic order within the Undercity that reveres life and death and the cycle of life and death. And sort
Right.
of said, of course you're welcome.
Right.
Your family.
Right.
Even if I've never met your parents, I know who they were, and you're always welcome.
Right.
With us. We would never cast you aside like those above ground people. We would never see you as useless like they do. You're a Devkaran elf. We won't look down on you. The elves here you're part of our family. We all know the Devkaran elves.
Right.
And, we're not going to look askance at you for not having your parents, because they died, and that's part of the cycle.
Right.
And if they die, we know that that's part of how things work, so we will always welcome those whose families have died.
Right. Right.
That's part of who we are.
Right. Death is a
and-
natural part of life.
Exactly. And we're happy to have you.
Right.
But she didn't grow up inside the Golgari, so...
Right. It's still...
And she wants to understand how others see life and death.
Right.
So she has gone a-traveling to find out what other guilds think about the life and death cycle. She's sort of like, I wasn't in a position where I could ask questions
Okay.
in my earlier life, and now I'm in a position where I can defend myself.
Right.
No one's going to take advantage of me.
Right.
I can go and ask questions of other guilds. And,
Right.
And they're not going to like just cast me aside.
Right.
I'm someone.
Right.
Now.
Where did I put... There it
So
is.
she's going to go learn about other guilds and how they see things.
Going on an adventure.
Yes.
So Physics, or however you pronounce your name.
Yeah.
If you missed the beginning of the stream, which I'm guessing you did, I talked a little bit about a mistake, or perhaps a lesson, that I learned about painting in the space between last week's show and this week's show. Because last week I was not able to get to this, what I'm doing right now, the lighter bits of armor on my Tau. I tried to do some of that off stream on my own
last week, just so that I'd have more done before I logged in today. And I made a tactical error. The whole point of this stream is that it is me learning to paint and build and eventually play my first ever Warhammer army, which is this kill team squad of Tau that I'm constructing right now. So there's lessons to be learned. I talked last week about the fact that I built my Tau before I knew how to play them, so maybe that was suboptimal. I should have learned to play first and then build, but that's not super thrilling from a viewing standpoint. So I built Tau before I knew what they were doing, which means that I sort of assigned them weapons randomly. But the other thing that I learned from last week is that when you're doing light armor, which I'm doing with these Tau here, where I'm putting white on their armor, you don't necessarily want to dive in and paint directly in a super white paint, which is what I did. For the first guy that I decided to dive in and start painting his white armor on, I painted using this paint here, off-white. And I thought, well, off-white, so it's going to be a little lighter than white. It came out glaringly white. This is him here. In addition, that white is a very thick paint. So it came out a little bit clumpy. I don't know if you can see because it's sort of washed out by the brightness. Maybe if I turn off the light. But the brush strokes actually showed up quite a lot. It didn't get great coverage. It's a little bit clumpy. So I wasn't super satisfied with that, and I posted to our Facebook group, the Battleground Games Warhammer 40K Facebook group, saying that I wasn't super satisfied with my first coat of paint. I figured, you know, it's the first coat, it's going to look awkward. You're going to need to do another coat to get better coverage. But it looked kind of gloppy and streaky, and I wasn't super satisfied with it. And everybody on the Facebook group pretty much gave me the same advice. They said, if you're painting white, don't paint white. Paint a light color, and then you can shade up to white. You can come towards white instead of starting in white.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I suppose I was being lazy. I was like, no, I'm just going to paint them glaring white, and then I'll do a wash, and the wash will go down into the crevices and make them pop. But
doesn't sound like that worked like you planned it to.
Well, so this is what one of the folks in the chat, actually a couple of different folks in the chat on the Facebook group said, is that if you go white, you have nowhere to go further up.
Yeah.
So if you want to highlight or something like that, you can't highlight up further from white because you're already as high as you can go.
Right.
You can't turn it up to 11. Mm-hmm. Which is, you know, valid. That's a great point. So that what I'm doing now is I'm painting all of my guys in pale blue, which I got, and it's white enough for a start, and then for, oh gracious, I'm sticking my finger in my palette and getting paint all over myself.
I've never done that.
Never?
Ever.
Okay.
Definitely never in your life.
Nope. Yeah, white coats are, they are unforgiving. They are tough.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
So it sure is a good thing that for my first ever 40K figures, I chose to start with a white
Tau?
scheme. Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely.
But this is working pretty well, this light blue. And
Yeah.
it's, I'll be able to do some dry brushing, get some white in there later to get some
go in and
highlights.
highlight.
I can do washes to get the crevices and make the areas that should be darker.
So I frequently
Pop.
like to highlight, then wash, then highlight again.
Okay.
And the reason I like to do it in that order is because I'm never sure if the highlighting is going to be too stark a difference between what it looks like between like wash and post-wash.
Because the wash is always going to make things
the wash
much
is going to
darker.
bring things down. So I'm never sure if I'm going to I'm going to highlight, and then the wash may not bring it down so far that I need to highlight again, but it may do it. But if I wait to highlight until after the wash, it may be such a stark difference between the unwashed highlights
Right.
and the washed portion that it's too much difference, and I need to then blend it a lot more.
Right.
So I like to highlight, then wash, and then see what sort of detail I need to bring back up.
Right.
And in chat, our friend says that they
Yeah.
prime in white, which is something I actually pondered doing for these guys because I knew that there was going to be a lot of white surfaces. And then it's sort of, just a basic cheat. They're already white. It's excellent. But Allie, who was advising me, who's in our chat last week, and she takes commissions, so she's
Yeah.
more experienced than I, said that no, I should do gray and go up from gray.
I mean, there is something to be said for priming in white when you have a lot of surface that's going to be white. Yeah. Yeah, bleached bone is bleached or aged bone is one of my favorite ways to go with the first layer for a white surface because you're going to get that shadow.
Right.
But when I did that Starship Samurai figure, Andy, that most of her coat is white.
Yeah.
I primed her in white because I knew so much. With these guys, you've also got a lot of green, you've got a lot of equipment that's gray, you've got their blue skin. Whereas if almost all of it, if you were doing stormtroopers
Yeah.
from Star Wars,
Which is what I did with the stormtroopers for the starter set.
yeah, you
for,
would prime them
Star
in
Wars
white,
Legion.
no question. Good question.
Oh no, the O is my own okay, so I need 6 numbers. You said do it 5 times. No, 5 more times.
Right. Yeah.
Doing thing. Also, I traded partway through because I was like, wait a minute.
Are you doing stats?
Yes.
We're using the stat block.
Oh,
So
this
we're
thing?
not actually gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna roll.
Okay,
We're
then
gonna use the stat
ignore this
block. That way
entirely.
we're all starting with the same basic numbers.
So nobody's entirely busted.
Exactly.
That was about to be.
Yeah.
I was like, that's turned out very well. I'm pleased with that. Nope, that's too broken.
And the way I normally do it is I'm like, okay, where do I get to put my bonuses?
Right.
Yeah.
Which checks out.
The fact that I'm an
Ooh.
elf gave me a dex bonus.
Right.
So I now have a 17 dex because I put my highest score in dex anyway because I was a monk. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll put my highest score in there. And then I started looking up the racial traits for dark elves and I was like, oh, okay.
Right.
I guess I'm very agile.
And charismatic.
And charismatic. I'm actually not very charismatic, Andy.
Oh, you dump statted charisma?
I didn't dump stat charisma. I actually dump statted strength. Because she doesn't need to be super strong. She just needs to be, because she's using dex.
Super fast, yeah.
Yeah.
Monks get to use dex instead of strength for their modifier for attacks.
Yeah.
So, I dump statted strength.
Yeah, you don't need to hit hard, you have to hit the right place.
Exactly, yes. So my charisma is an 11. So she's not abrasive, but you wouldn't expect her to be super charming as Golgari.
Yeah, that's not your job. All right. I seem to have come across somewhere where we've got a discrepancy, so I don't know what, because the person that looked up centaur things for me yesterday was like, all right, you got a bonus to strength and wisdom, but this thing says I have a bonus to strength and constitution.
let us look.
So there's
Let's find
differences
out.
between centaurs in other realms and centaurs in Ravnica.
Right.
So
We're
in the
gonna look
Ravnica
at
book,
we're gonna look at the Ravnica book and see what we've got for centaurs in here.
My paint is drying, so I need to get fresh paint out. I'm making good progress
You
here.
have strength and wisdom, so you get
Okay,
a
so he
strength-
looked in the right one. I
You get a
didn't.
strength +2 and you get a wisdom +1.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
what I had.
I don't know if D&D Beyond has the Ravnica book, unless you like specifically go looking for
Right.
the Ravnica book.
That probably makes sense.
So my goal for today is to get all the armor done, at least a base coat, for all the armor on all my squad.
I love the Circle of the Shepherd. That's so perfect for you.
And to
Yeah.
get all the white
Yeah, I
highlights
haven't figured out
or
what
the
way
white
I'm
areas
using.
done
There are a lot of options.
on my
Which, actually, I'm gonna go look that up real quick.
drones. I have to get all the white areas.
Google. Google, don't fail me now. So, for those that are not familiar, given that we've now mentioned it at least twice, the Circle of the Shepherd. Druids of the Circle of the Shepherd commune with the spirits of nature, especially the spirits of beast and the fae, and call those spirits for aid. These druids recognize that all living things play a role in the natural world, yet they focus on protecting animals and fey creatures that have difficulty defending themselves. Shepherds as they are known, see such creatures as their charges. They ward off monsters that threaten them, rebuke hunters who kill more prey than necessary, and prevent civilization from encroaching on rare animal habitats and on sites sacred to the fae. Many of these druids are happiest far from cities and towns, content to spend their days in the company of animals and the fey creatures of the wilds. Members of this circle become adventurers to oppose forces that threaten their charges or to seek knowledge and power that will help them safeguard their charges better. Wherever these druids go, the spirits of the wilderness are with them. Now, given that my creature is a centaur, centaurs are nomads and like to wander. She likes to wander, and she likes her little friends that she finds and rescues. So this is so spot on, it's frightening. I was literally talking to Sam about it last night. He's like, well, you could be this, you could be the Circle of the... you're the Circle of the Shepherd. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Like, he got partway through explaining the other two and went, wait a minute.
Will you ink or wash, Andy?
Yeah, I saw in chat.
Ink or wash the green or highlighting by layers?
I'm going to do a wash on the green, and then after that, I'm going to go in and highlight. So I'll do a wash to get the dark nooks, sort of the lower areas, and then I'll do dry brush highlights to highlight the peaks. I actually contemplated giving them camo, and I was like, nah, that's too much. Too much. But Amanda, you had just done camouflage on one of your figs, and I was like, oh, it looks so good.
Camo is tricky. Camo is a really tricky thing to do. What you need to remember with camo is that it's supposed to be random. So you want to make sure you're not making a pattern.
Yep.
Which is, we are pattern-oriented creatures.
Yeah.
So we tend to make patterns without meaning to, so you have to be really careful. It's like walking without rhythm.
Ooh. Yeah. I can't paint camo. Yeah, me either. I mean, I can't paint, period, so.
Would you like to see the camo that I painted? Because I do have it with me. And you have to go looking for the type of camo that you're painting and find out what all of the colors in it are.
It will look like an accident, yeah.
And then you pick a color to go over first as your base color. Then you pick a second color to use, and then a third color, but then you go back with the second color to recover certain parts, because no one color is on top.
Right.
It's all overlapping in different ways.
Like dappled shade kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So you need to be careful that you're not making one color predominant, and you need to be careful that you're not making one color, like, on top. Andy, do you want to show my camo? Or camo pants? They are right there on your book.
Thank you.
I am trying to figure out what precinct she grew up in the streets of.
Well, you guys are living in Precinct 6 right now, which is...
Yeah, but it's not necessarily where she grew up.
Okay.
Are there, like, slums anywhere else, or is it just...
Precinct 6 is pretty much the slums. The
Radio.
Forge area.
Okay.
So this is the figure Amanda was talking about where she painted camouflage on the pants.
You're way up at the top of the
Oh, sorry.
pyramid.
There we go. And you can see she did several different colors in the pants there. And like you said, Amanda, it's just making things random.
Yeah.
So you've got brown and black and green.
So there's a tan, like a tannish green. There's a brown, like a warmer brown. There's black, and then an army green was the base color.
Yeah.
And after I did a whole lot of overlapping, I went back in with that army green and did.
She came out great.
I'm really pleased with how she looks. She's also a brutal character to play as. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's from the Highlander board game.
Yes. So we're living in Precinct 6 right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Here in the southwest corner of Precinct 6. It's the something park region.
Okay, yeah. Tenements and stuff like that. That makes sense.
Well, it's actually...
Midori Park.
Midori Park, yes. It's warehouses.
Oh, well, you know, the Deadbridge Chasm is right around that area,
Yep.
and that leads to Karozda, so that makes sense that I would be coming out of there. Yeah. So I would say, yeah, I grew up sort of on the streets around Midori Park, and maybe trying to, like, head over to Foundry Street and stuff.
So I'm relatively
You haven't painted
new
for the
to
last
painting.
6 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got into it a couple of years ago. Andy's pretty new to it as well. We benefit from having a lot of painters in the store that we can go to for advice, which is really nice.
Like I said, I
There's
went to the
always
Facebook
someone
group when I was
painting.
having trouble, and there were a lot of people with advice and ways to make things work.
Just the Battleground community. As a shameless plug for someone that
Well, they're in
hangs,
Germany, so
as I hang out with
Battleground
these,
Germany doesn't exist.
not yet. Not with that attitude, it doesn't. No, but this crew is fantastic. Like I'm biased. They let me come hang out with them, but we're friends. But these are good folks. Genuinely, like I now have pages on pages of idea stuff. You can't see it from there, but trust me, it's there. Because last night I showed up at Battleground Norton and was like, ooh, sorry, I just shook the whole thing. Guys, help! What do? And Sam was like, okay, let's do that. Like, Sam's amazing for that. Like, holy crow. I mean, also, he started me building a 7th Sea character, and I'm like, Sam!
I don't have time for this, Sam.
Sam, please no, don't make me fall in love with another RPG again. What have you done?
Pirates.
That's
And that's one of the reasons why we stream our painting stuff, and that's one of the reasons why I like doing painting streams and Andy likes doing painting streams, is not only, like, we're not experts, we're still learning. And I almost feel like it's easier to watch someone who's in the process of learning than an expert sometimes. Because if you're watching an expert, they're doing techniques and stuff that they've mastered, and they're like, oh, you're just going to do this.
Yeah, like it ain't no thing, which, in fact, it is a thing.
Even if they're saying to you, this is a hard technique to master and you're going to need to practice it, it can be very disheartening to watch someone do it and have it look easy, and then go try it yourself,
Yeah,
and it's
that's right.
not easy.
Yeah.
When you're watching someone who's still in the process of learning themselves, I'm going to make mistakes. Like, I made a mistake. I spent the beginning of this stream repainting the coat of a character because I made her look more like a flight attendant than a badass. And not that there can't be badass flight attendants, but everyone who looked at her was like, eh. So
No, I totally got the schoolgirl vibe.
Yeah.
from her.
yeah,
It's
she
like,
looked
no,
either
that's
like
not
she
what
was
you were
wearing a
going
school
for.
uniform or a flight attendant uniform, and that wasn't what I was aiming for.
Yeah, she definitely looked school uniform, which, like, she looked badass school uniform, but that was not what you were trying to do.
It wasn't the effect I was going for, so I'm going to do something different with it. But I make mistakes. So when you watch someone who's making mistakes, it can feel better. It's like, oh, yeah, and okay, now that's a mistake that I know might crop up, and this is something to either avoid it or how to handle it
Yeah,
when I make it.
this is how to fix that.
Yeah.
Y'all streams remind me a whole lot of Tinker Tailor Solder Fry.
Yeah. Always forward.
Never learning. Actually learning, though. Safety third. Safety third, no. No, but it is that very, it's not a...
Hard for you to do. It's not, like, it's not easy when we do it. And
Yeah.
It's not easy when anyone does it, but making it, I would rather make mistakes on stream and let people see the mistakes that I make than have it always look like I know exactly what I'm doing and I'm perfect at it. Because
Right.
no one's perfect at it.
No.
Everyone's going to make mistakes. It's one of the things I like when Alex streams drawing,
Yeah.
and he'll be like, "Oh,
I need to follow him.
And sometimes he'll do something, and you know he didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
And then he incorporates it into what he's
Yeah.
doing.
It's like, well...
And it was an accident, and it was a mistake, but I did it in pen, so it's on the paper now. And instead of like starting over, I'm gonna use it and try and work it in.
Happy accident kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely that feel of like it's
Yeah.
a let's try program. It's not a let's do. It's not a how to. It's
I'd
let's
say that's
try.
how most of our
Yeah.
streams end up being.
Right.
We
which
make the mistakes so you don't have to.
y'all need that on a T-shirt. I'm
We've
just
been
saying.
talking about how we need Battleground T-shirts for PAX.
Yeah.
That say Battleground Games Live, twitch.tv/Battleground Games Live, and then we make mistakes so you don't have to underneath it, so we can advertise the stream while we're there.
Yes.
With our unintentional motto, but it certainly
With your
works for
whoopsies.
us. Yeah. So yeah, we don't mind making mistakes. We get things wrong all the time.
As a side note, and a thing I just thought of, if you're straining for a theme for April, can the theme for April be games we found at PAX? Because I all
Really
the
good
time
idea.
come home from PAX East.
Yeah.
Because as we may have mentioned, I volunteer with Foam Brain Games. Not a competitor because they're in an entirely different state.
Yeah, they're not nearby,
but-
and we're always at opposite ends of the vendor space too.
Yeah, actually you are now that I think about it.
Because Foam Brain's always up at the top, and we're always down to the bottom.
Yeah, we're always next to whatever that big thing is by the escalator. Last year it was the PUBG arena. The year before that, I don't know, it was VR, I think. I don't know. Whatever the case is. But Foam Brain, I thinks that they're getting the better end of the deal by letting me volunteer with them. But what in fact happens is I get to hang out and play games and do cool stuff for an entire weekend, and I get an exhibitor badge, which lets me go, I think you'll find I can go where I want in Forcers. I don't use that much, but like I can.
No, but it's nice to be able to go in a little bit.
And Eddie's doing it left-handed, otherwise over too quickly.
So I'll point out, Lobster of Revenge, as you well know, I actually am left-handed.
As you well know.
If I was to try and do this right-handed, boy, would this not look this
Can
good.
I give a quick painting tip involving using your non-dominant hand?
Yes?
Sure.
All right, so this is something I learned in college. If you ever need to do a marbling effect,
Oh, yeah.
actual marble, if you look up actual marble, you'll see it's semi-translucent, which is actually a really neat property of marble. If you look up the Beinecke Library at Yale in Connecticut, you will find a big box of a library that looks like it has no windows, and that's intentional. Where there would be windows are actually sheets of marble. And this is because marble will let in filtered natural light, not direct natural light.
So it won't wreck the books.
Because the Beinecke is their rare book library where they have literally a Gutenberg Bible.
Yep.
Like, they have a lot of very rare, very, very valuable books that they do not want to be damaged, and they live in a glass column in the middle of the building that does not touch the aisles and stuff around the center, or around the outside. But marble is translucent, which means that when you're looking at marble, you're not seeing surface like you would see with, say, granite or like sandstone. What you're actually seeing is several layers in. This is really hard to mimic when you're painting, and the best way to do it is to come up with a base color, and then you sponge on different other colors.
Right.
So that it looks layered. But you're also, as you're doing it, going to want to put veining, because marble often has veins of different colors, of different minerals in the marble. And how do you get those veins to look irregular?
Non-dominant hand.
Non-dominant hand. So for me, I use my left hand when I'm trying to do the veining because it means I'm going to mess them up. You want that. Because if you're using your dominant hand, you're going to make them look too smooth, too regular. Whereas if you're using your non-dominant hand, as long as you're not ambidextrous, you're going to get some unnatural, irregular lines.
Well, I mean, at that point, just drink too much caffeine and be twitchy.
You could do that too. But I have found that I can marble even at a small scale. I did
Just
the
backward-handed.
yes. So Steve Benjamin, who is sometimes a Norton guy, I painted his copy of Santorini,
Oh yeah.
and he has the Golden Fleece edition of Santorini. And I decided that it looks like it's on a little pedestal. It's a bust.
Marble pedestal.
And I was like, the pedestal needs to be marble.
Right.
So I marbled the pedestal.
Nice.
It's, yay big. But yeah, non-dominant hand. And that sponge.
That is tiny, but awesome.
I cut a corner off a sponge.
Yep.
And you just sort of go in and do your little
Neat.
tiny sponge.
Yes.
And it works because you're working on a small scale.
Right.
As opposed to using like a natural sponge that you would use if you were doing like a wall treatment.
Right.
But yeah, I learned the non-dominant hand trick in college when
That's
I was
clever.
doing set design stuff. So, yeah.
These are some tight areas to get some paint into.
I believe it.
So this is one of the tricks with gluing together the figures before painting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's advisable to do some pre-painting on figures before you glue them together.
So that you can get at the little
If you
crevices.
have that option.
If I would paint with my left, I can also throw the figure in the color right away. Yep, that's...
It does take practice. It's not something I would recommend you just sort of go at a figure with.
Right.
But if you find that you need to do like a base and you want that person to be standing on a piece of marble or a slab of marble or something, or if the base is something that you can paint separately, or you're painting a piece of terrain or something and you want it to be like a block of marble.
Warhammer 40K does have statues. There's
So,
a lot
yeah.
of statues.
If you're playing around with that, it's definitely marbling. Doing marble as a paint technique, there are tutorials online for doing it on a large scale because it's one of those things that you see in like, flip that table, you got it like at their thrift store, paint it to make it look like marble, sort
Right.
of things. So you can find tutorials that are like large scale, like table size, but the same technique applies to doing it on the small scale. You just have to be a little more careful with it. But practice that fine lining with the left hand or with your non-dominant hand because it does work. You need to practice with it. It's not something that comes immediately.
On a callback to a previous thing, can you then use that tactic to make your irregularities in your camo?
You could theoretically, but the irregularities in the camo have more to do with color placement because you don't want it to be blue, 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 blue,
Yeah.
white, 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 white,
Yeah.
black, 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 black. You don't want it to be a regular sort of spiral or
It's
anything.
okay. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
He just toppled.
Everything is fine.
So yeah, I mean, it can be in terms of making your blops
Yeah.
not circular.
Yeah, make sure that they're all warpy, funny shape,
Yeah,
and not
that they're
all the
blobby
same,
shape.
and make sure they're not all the same kidney bean.
Yeah. You just also, it doesn't fix the I'm putting things in the same places around in a circular pattern
Right.
or in a stripe.
It's down before he enters the first game. Oh. Poor man.
But it is something where you just have to be aware of your placement
Yeah.
in addition to the irregularity of the shapes.
Right.
But yeah, it would help with the irregularity of the shapes. But it is something that I would advise if you're going to use that technique, practice it on some paper.
Practice it on something that doesn't matter.
Yeah, practice it on a flat surface, practice it on a big surface so that you can get the idea of it down before you go trying to do it on a very tiny figure that you care about. Which is one of the reasons why I started with board game figures. That's why I started with talisman figures. Because there are a lot of them, and while I care about them, I'm not like...
You're not deeply emotionally invested.
And it was talisman. It cost us like $40.
Right.
As opposed to a set like an army where you put out an enormous amount of money on them. You know, the talisman figures are still playable no matter what, and no one's going to chide me about them not looking perfect. If you're building an army, you probably have invested a lot of money and you've invested some time into that and you want it to look a little better. That's why I picked something that I could practice on that was also going to give me a wide variety of colors and techniques.
Right.
Because not all of the talisman figures are going to require the same stuff. So, yeah.
Now I'm throwing things.
That's one way to roll your dice.
That wasn't even the dice. That was my fidget cube. Because I need something to twiddle with.
I fold origami cranes.
Yeah. I
That means I have a lot.
I had 2 of these. I don't know where my other one went, but I'd had a like white one that was like base white but like pink and teal paisley. It was really very just cotton candy cockamamie nonsense. And I had bought this one along with a teal sparkly one that I gave to my fiance's cousin's child for Christmas because I had one and she was like marveling over it, and I was like, I know what to do. But then I brought the cotton candy paisley one to Christmas, so I can be like, look, matching fidget cubes, let's party together. And I don't know where it went after that. And I'd bought this one too with maybe intent of giving it to someone, maybe intent of having a backup, because it's this like galaxy purple blue sparkle whatever, and I was like, this is also just generally cool. And I was like, well, given that I can't find the other one, this is mine now. But I am coffee, and also because lungs are misbehaving, albuterol, which means, you know, my hand's just sort of vibrating. It's just what we're doing today.
It's just how it's gonna be.
Oh, let me paint the camera.
You know, it needed something. It needed a little something.
So Andy, the other day when I was doing the blood spatter,
Yeah.
I was trying to move things out of the way so that I wouldn't spatter them with the paint. And I was like, I'll just move this big white thing that's right in front of me.
That's,
Oh wait,
that's the camera. Whoops. Yeah, I remember you doing that.
You may see some blood for the blood god on that camera. I got
As
it
long as
everywhere.
it's not on the lens.
No, it wouldn't be on the lens, but it might be on. There might be some very small spatter on the base.
Well, as long as it's not still on the lens, like you can get it off of there pretty quickly, immediately. I think.
Yeah, I don't think I flicked any onto the lens because it was mostly I was aiming down.
It certainly didn't look like it while I was watching it, but
No, I don't think. I mean, I'm not seeing any little red splatters on the camera while I'm.
yeah, just that green stripe or gray or whatever that is.
This is actually a cut in the playmat.
Oh.
It's actually, it looks like paint, but it's actually a little slice. You don't know where it came from. It probably came from one of us, like, and your right knuckle is perilously close to your green paint.
No, I know.
You know, right where he wants it, for decorative purposes.
That's true.
Alright, so I need to figure out how to align these stats, because
Okay. Well, so you're a druid. Mm-hmm. So let's get the player's handbook out.
I'm on it, aren't I?
Yes.
I'm definitely on it.
Let me get
Here,
the player's
you take
handbook.
that, I'll put these back here. Because I copied down the numbers so we could have that and not have
Let's
to be
look up
flipping.
the druid.
So this is something I get paranoid about, not to interrupt you guys,
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
but just because I'm
flipping
thinking of it
pages.
while I'm doing this. Whenever I'm painting over a line like this, there's this little detail here that I want to preserve. Whenever I'm painting over something like that, I get paranoid that the paint's going to go into that groove and fill it in. And in general, unless your paint is really thick, when it dries, it should pull back from
It
that.
self-levels to a point.
Yeah.
Like nail polish. All right. So, Wisdom should be your highest ability score, but you also get, so what are the stats that you get a bump in because of your race?
Strength and wisdom.
All right. So what are the bumps that you get from those?
Strength is +2, wisdom's +1.
All right. So what you're going to make note of is +2 R +1 is. And then when you're picking which stat to put in each of your, what number to put in each of your stats, you can remember that you get that bonus. And then as a... Is there anything else that's going to give you a bump? Do you have a background or something that gives you a bump to anything?
I hadn't picked one of those
You'll get
yet.
racial bumps and...
Do you get guild
background.
bumps? Do the guilds give us a bump in anything? It might. Let me look.
Might.
Here,
Look at
I'll look at
Celeste.
this. You do that. How do I... Oh, look, I found the Selesniaks.
A big math?
A big math.
I'm not entirely certain what you mean by that. I'm sorry.
I like a big math.
Unrelated.
I
I
know
just...
you
Judith. I'm playing a... Oh, Judy.
Oh.
Usually good, often neutral. The centaurs are always neutral, often chaotic. So I get to be chaotic neutral when I don't give a hoot. Joining the Seleucids, blah, blah, blah.
So it would be up in here. So you get skill proficiencies, but there's no stat proficiency.
No, it doesn't look
Okay,
like
cool. So, this is what you have to work with, and we'll deal with skill
I got
proficiencies in a
everything
moment.
on this guy.
it. Okay. I'm gonna...
Let's keep that open.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna put this over here.
I didn't do this guy's shield yet.
So-
that.
What
I'm
I would recommend
assuming wisdom
is put
here.
wisdom with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
use the 15, and then you're going to end up with a 16 in wisdom.
Do I put 16 here?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't get this guy's gauntlet.
I haven't built one of these things in a very long time.
It's okay. So your options are you can put the 16 in one of the little bumps, and then your bonus that you get as in your big.
That's a clever way to do that, yeah. I would like to do that.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
What was that, about a 16?
So the stat block gives you a 15, Andy?
Yes.
And she gets a +1 to wisdom for being a centaur.
Okay, yeah.
So she's going to have a 16 in wisdom.
Makes sense.
From that.
Yep.
And then if you use the 14 in strength,
Right.
then you get the +2 bump in strength.
And
so you
also have
also have a 16 in strength.
Right, okay. I think that makes sense.
Now you want to decide, so you've used these.
Right.
So now you have to decide what's your dump stat. Where are you going to put that 8?
What am I crap at? It's not, it can't be Constitution because I'm a horse.
Yeah. It could be
Dexterity because I'm a horse.
Yeah.
I'm not good at the fiddly bits.
I feel like that's very in keeping, yeah. So there you go. Plus you have your 8 there. And now you have to figure out where these last 3 are going to go.
I am so looking forward to running this campaign. This is gonna
I
be a lot
think
of fun.
I think I'm going to be that example of wisdom versus intelligence, where, intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. And charisma is the ability to sell a tomato-laden fruit salad to somebody. But
Or know that it's just called gazpacho.
yeah. Oh no, that's
Or salsa.
yeah. That's the ability to hey, it's salsa.
Found the bard.
Right.
Yeah.
Found the bard. Somebody pointed out that Link is a bard, like Link from Legend of Zelda is a bard, and I was like, oh my god, you're right.
All right. So now.
So I think that's where that goes. I think Constitution gets the 13 and Charisma gets the 12, I think.
Sure. That works.
That's where I'm kind of waffling. Because generally when I do RPG things, I'm the charisma person. It's actually one of the main complaints I had about Fallout 4 is that they nerfed charisma. You can't charm your way from harm, chum, combat curtailed. No, you can't do that anymore.
Not all the time.
You can't, but yeah, but
There are a
like
handful of times when you can talk your way out of something, but
the really important ones to me, I'm like, there's a bit where it's in Diamond City where that bit with the drug deal. There's no way that doesn't end in death. Like there's
that always.
Yeah,
You know what I do
very
with that?
frustrating to me.
I ignore it. Don't do it.
but
That's what I decided.
that was
when
one
I
of the
realized
things.
there's no good way to finish it.
That was one of the things that I loved about because I'm one of those sort of late joiners to that experience. I joined Fallout at Fallout 3, and that was one of the
Same.
things that I loved was the multiple ways to solve a problem.
Yeah.
The multitude of ways and the ways that you could find to not have to draw a single gun. I pulled the Black Widow. I pulled the hey there, sailor, let's don't blow this town. Let's blow this town. Come on.
Yeah.
And like that's how I play. And you know, my boyfriend at the time looked at my like setup and all that and going, oh, of course you're a talker. God damn it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
but so that's generally how I play, is this just ability to smooth talk and just kind of smooth things over and not have to fight, not have to.
But I will point out, you're playing a character with hooves.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, that's where I'm waffling, because my gut instinct is no, save the charisma. We have to be able to smooth this out. Whereas the rest of it is like, no, you are going to like. I mean, it's not donkey; it's more centaur kick someone in the teeth.
Yeah.
You're just gonna straight hoof someone in the teeth if they don't agree with you. Like, there's no negotiating. The negotiating is turn around and kick them. Like, yeah, okay.
You negotiate with your hooves.
Talk to the hoof. Get hoofed on. Do I become Crater Hoof? No, I don't. I think I'm that cool, but still.
So once you have all those all in, I'll give you what your modifiers are.
Yes, please.
Alright, so for your 16s,
Yes,
you get a +3.
cute. Plus stress. Plus stress.
Do you have any 14s or 15s?
No.
Do you have any 12s or 13s?
Yes, one of each.
12s and 13s get +1.
Plus uno.
And 10 and 11 both get 0.
Bupkis. And 8 gets -1.
8 gets a -1.
I am not a dexterous.
Well, that's good because Amanda is.
Good.
I very much am.
Good.
So.
Are you the Golgari that helps me braid daisy chains into my hair?
Most likely,
Okay,
yes.
good.
Like, you know these are gonna rot, right?
Yeah! It's fine.
That's what I'm at.
No, I'm a
These
druid.
are gonna rot.
I'm a druid and have spent some amount of time with the Selesnians. I know how to keep them alive.
They're supposed to die.
It's fine.
It's part of the cycle.
It's fine.
The cycle is that they're dead now.
They're in stasis for now. And then when it is their time, they will be turned into compost so that I can grow new flowers to braid into my hair.
It's very Golgari of you.
I hang out with you. You braid them into my hair. That's what happens. You unbraid them, compost them, and give me new ones.
That sounds good. Alright, so you have a proficiency bonus of +2, because that's pretty general, so you're going to put +2 there.
Plus dos.
Alright, so you have, as a druid...
You can see where the sprue was attached to this guy's head here. Why would they put that right on the top of his noggin?
Because
That's why you use sandpaper or something. You use the little file.
Yeah, you get the-
smooth that out.
I tried to smooth it.
You
after
give it a
cutting
scrubba.
So your saving throws are intelligence and wisdom.
So I just put a check there.
Yeah, fill in the little bubble.
I'm just going to give it a little check mark.
Sure. Your skills as a druid, you're going to choose 2. Arcana, animal handling, insight, medicine, nature, perception, religion, or survival.
Well,
But you're
how can
also
you not
going
have
to get
animal
some
handling?
things. Well, she's also
your
getting
race,
some other
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Proficiencies from your race. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm getting animal handling for certain
I'm pulling.
Alright.
from
Take a
wherever
short
I'm.
break here. You guys keep going.
I was like, we'll
I
do
need-
this.
I need to eat my sandwich.
Eat
you
you a
should
food.
eat.
Consume
I
sustenance.
haven't eaten my breakfast yet.
Fill the Andrew.
So,
Fill this man with croissant.
Yes.
Alright. Let's get to
but I've got
tower.
3 of my Tau done in the light gray here, and 1 is still in that super bright white that I did. It was
That is
ill-advised.
really striking, though, that white.
Alright. So you have proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice. You're going with animal handling.
Yes.
So you're going to check off animal
I'm
handling.
just going to mute myself so that I'm not eating into my microphone.
So that
Good hunger.
you're not doing the crunch directly into the microphone.
All right. So you're
toast
getting that from your
First
race.
Centauri.
Yep. And then
Centurion? I don't know. Excuse
for
me.
your class, so I would say
Oh my goodness.
Arcana, Insight, Medicine, Nature, Perception, Religion, and Survival. You get to pick 2. So let's think about this.
Nature checks out, I think,
Think
right?
about where you're already getting those +3s. And if you want to get +5 in something, or if you want to add that bonus to something you would otherwise be getting less of a bonus to.
Right.
So, what's perception under? Is that a
Wisdom.
So you would end up with a +5 in that. Nature is also under wisdom, or no? Nature is not under wisdom.
Nature is under intelligence.
So you could do nature
And then get a
+2
+1.
with it.
Okay.
Because it's a 0 otherwise, you don't get any bonus to it otherwise.
Right.
But if you do nature as something that you have proficiency in, you get a bonus to it.
If I add perception, because I already have animal handling from being a centaur, do I get more than just +2?
So anything you have proficiency in,
Yep.
you're actually getting a, do the check marks in the smaller.
Oh, I see.
Because you're going to write in Novocaine for the souls. Hi. We're doing a couple of things. So
Andy's
over
taking a
on
break.
this side of the table, myself and my friend Jules here. I'm Amanda. This is Jules.
Hi.
We are putting together a couple of Ravnica characters. Oh, I'm not even on camera. My arm is on camera.
I assumed that was
Hi.
intentional.
Hi. Jules and I are putting together some D&D characters for a Ravnica campaign that's starting next week, this coming Sunday.
All on this very channel.
On the opposite side of the table is Andy, and Andy is taking a break at the moment to put some food in his mouth, and he is painting Tau, a Tau kill team, and this is his first Warhammer army that he is painting, so it's his first foray into Warhammer, and he's putting a base coat on his Tau. So yeah, we have a couple of things going on. Right now Andy's just taking a quick break to eat, and then he will be back on camera. So close, so close. He'll probably be turning back on as soon as he's
Done.
finished eating. Yeah.
Done doing le crunch.
Yeah. He muted his mic so that he wouldn't be eating directly into his mic for that good
You are very much
ASMR chewing noise. Yeah,
still
I'm on
not.
camera.
Okay.
That's mostly so I'm not sitting directly in front of your face.
I mean,
All right, I'm back.
that's okay. Nobody needs. You
Hi,
all
Kat.
look like lovely people, but can we see the miniature?
Miniatures in a bit?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Andy was finishing eating, and now he is just finishing up, and he's gonna get back to working on the towel.
Check them
So
out.
here's what I'm working on. Like I said, this is my first ever kill team army, first ever Warhammer figures that I've ever constructed. So this is the Chassui, the leader of the army.
Good call.
And I still haven't gotten to the white highlights on him. I'm saving him for last because he's the leader and I want to make him look the best. And I've got 4 other troops that I've built. 2 guys with blasters and 2 with shotguns. So here are the 2 with shotguns here.
Andy, you've got a compliment in the chat.
Aw. Thank you. Yeah, so this is just the base coat. This is what I've been working on for the past couple of weeks, is getting the base coat done. What we were talking about a little bit earlier, since this is my first army that I've ever constructed, I made a beginner error.
I see, okay.
Because I wanted my Tau to have white armor, I assumed, erroneously, that I would paint them white, which is what I did with this fellow here, who looks completely washed out with the bright light. I painted him just pure, blinding white, and the white paint gave me some trouble. Obviously, coverage was an issue. I had to do several coats.
The paint is kind of thick, so I don't know if you can see, but there's brush strokes that show up there. The coverage still isn't great. And so I went to the Facebook group for my local gaming store, which is where we are, Battleground, and I pointed out that my first coat looked pretty garbage, which I wasn't too sad about. I figure a first coat is always going to look garbage. But they gave me the advice, everybody in the Facebook group gave me the advice to, instead of going blinding white to start with, go a lighter white or a darker white, a gray, and then you can highlight up to the white. Because if you're starting at that blinding white, you've got nowhere to go up to. You can go down, you can make it look darker, but you can't make it look whiter. So that's what I've been doing with these guys today, is I've been painting all my Tau in this, this is the Vallejo pale blue. So I've been doing that pale blue on these guys to give them that sort of base coat that I can then go up to white from. So I'm done with those. At least with the base coats. Obviously I've got a lot more detail work to do. I'm going to do some washes, I'm going to do some dry brushing, really make them pop. The next thing that I was going to be working on was my turret and my 2 drones. So I've got some base work done on the drones. This guy is a little wonky because when I assembled him, I actually built him backwards. I had the gun pointing back instead of pointing forward. So I had to break him and re-glue him. So he's, you can see probably there, he's a little bit tilted. But that's fine. It's all a learning experience. That's the whole point of this, is I'm learning how to build and paint and work with my Tau army.
I like that shadows for free.
Yeah, classic mistake.
Yeah.
But that's fine. That's, I mean, the whole point of this stream and the whole point of starting out with my Tau is to learn how to deal with these things. So I'm going to work on my my drones and my turret now. Well, thank you so much for joining us again. Next week I'll be doing finer detail work, so I'll be getting in and doing the lights and the highlights and washes and stuff like that. So maybe I'll see you next week.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
We won't be here.
Yeah,
to
thanks
be
for coming to hang out.
distracting next
No,
week,
we will not be part of this.
but
Maybe
thanks
I'll
for
have
joining-
Allie
thanks
with
for
me.
joining us. Yeah, maybe you'll have Allie.
Yeah.
Allie wasn't feeling well today, so she was staying home.
Get well soon, Allie.
What's going on other than the town?
So over on this half of the table,
Yeah, over here we are, so a week from yesterday, coming up this coming Sunday, Andy here is running a D&D campaign set in the Ravnica setting, which came out of Magic. And Jules and I are both playing in it. So we are working on putting our character sheets together and...
oh,
doing
your mic's
background.
still off, dear.
Oh. No, it's on.
Well, it's not picking you up.
Oh,
Or
you know why?
it's-
Because I'm leaning far away from my mic, because my mic is on this side.
Ah.
So we are doing, unless my game is turned like all the way down.
Potentially.
I might have turned you down a bit because Jules was blowing things out.
There we go.
I'm loud,
Awesome.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's probably because I was turned this way. So basically we are working on our Ravnica D&D characters. And I'm working on a Devkaran elf, who is basically a drow. But Ravnica doesn't have drow specifically, but they do have dark elves. She's a Devkaran elf monk in the Golgari clan. And Jules is working on a druid centaur from the Silesian clan, which is awesome. You can put Silesia in your background.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
So right now we're trying to figure out what Jules' character has proficiencies in. Because I've already picked my proficiencies. I have proficiencies in acrobatics, insight, perception, and stealth.
Ooh, yes, ooh.
Yeah, I'm a monk. I decided I wanted to do sort of the unarmed combat thing. I haven't done that before. It's not a character type that I've worked with. My personal preference for character type is almost always rogues. And I have yet to play a rogue in any of the campaigns I've worked on recently. Because the very first D&D campaign we ran with some friends, I ended up playing a cleric. I played a trickery cleric, which was fun. Which was as close to a rogue as I was going to get with the cleric. And then I played the Bjorning, like almost barbarian character in Tales from Middle-earth.
That's a great stream, by the way.
If
you check out our YouTube channel, which is right below here, check out the RPG streams playlist, and yeah, that stream is fantastic.
Yeah, just, it was a lot of fun to play. And she was a Bjorning, like, barbarian sort of character, and she was a ton of fun to play. I played Andy, you are off camera.
Oh.
There you go. I also played the leader of a watch group, like she was the watch leader in Mouse Guard.
That's another one I want to play.
It was fun.
Also, thanks to Sam.
Yeah, 100% Sam's fault on that.
Yep.
And then I played a paladin sort of character in a Fate game using the Camelot Trigger setting in Fate Core. And Camelot Trigger was so much fun. And putting that character together with Sam was a ton of fun because I was going to be playing that character. I got called on to put that character together very short notice. I had like 2 days to put that character together. Same for the Mouse Guard one. That was a very short notice sort of character. And they were a lot of fun to put together and to work on. But I've basically been playing fighters and like ranger and fighter, and I have yet to play a sneaky roguey character. So while I didn't want to just be like, I'm going to be a Golgari rogue, I wanted to do something maybe a little bit different.
Right.
I also wasn't sure what we would have for other fighters.
Right.
And as it turns out, we have a lot of casters. We're not as fighter heavy. We have a wizard, we have a warlock, we have a cleric who can go smashy, but can also, like, heal, and a druid who can go stompy, because you're a centaur, but not as much of a fighter.
No.
You have some casting to do. It's animal-based, but...
Right.
But still,
and I mean,
magic.
And also, character-wise, I'm generally not a fighter.
Yeah.
I am Circle of the Shepherd. I am protect my charges. That said, very Mama Bear, you threaten my babies and I will destroy you and everything you've ever held dear in your life.
So, yeah, I wanted to do something maybe a little different. So I went with Monk, which I thought would be interesting. And I kind of like the idea, even though the Golgari don't officially have monks, there's nothing saying that there can't be an undercity sort of monastery in the Golgari that studies, ways of defending themselves from the people who live on the surface. The Golgari are sort of seen as, they live in the gutters.
Yeah.
They're looked down on. They are seen as no better than the filth they live in. And
also, if I'm not mistaken, sort of boogeymanish?
A little bit. Yeah.
A little bit boogeymanish?
The Golgari will get you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what the children, that's what the Ravnican children get threatened with, right? Like.
I mean, there's also sort of the specter of the Dimir, because.
That's a different kind of they'll get you, but.
That's not even a like boogeyman sort of thing. That's a like legitimate threat. The Dimir can get you, man.
Yeah, that's the Illuminati.
They might be listening. You don't know who I am. You know,
I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Are you Lazov? You have to tell me if you're Lazov.
Those the rules. But yeah, so I thought I would go with a Golgari monk. She grew up on the streets in the sixth precinct. She was orphaned at a very young age. Her parents were Golgari, but when they died, they were killed by people who lived on the surface, who saw them as being dirty and unclean and probably unsavory in some way, and they were killed probably in some sort of riot or haven't quite determined all that yet. And she grew up on the streets, and as she got older, sort of did odd jobs
Right.
in the area, but for the most part, sort of, just tried to keep her head down.
Right.
And eventually did make contact. She was always a little nervous about going down and down underneath, into the Undercity.
Right.
Because the Undercity isn't somewhere you go by yourself as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't really strike me as a safe place for the children's.
Oh, so she basically just, tried to keep her head down and not be, not attract any undue attention. Because undue attention is bad.
Yeah, that's when the Demir gets you.
Well, and she also didn't want, the Azorius picking her up and sticking her in some sort of official orphanage.
Yeah, the home, yeah.
She didn't want to end up like a Boros soldier because that's, it looks a little thick. Are you mixing with water, Andy?
So this is actually a thing I've talked about quite a bit. I don't tend to thin my paints. Again, I'm a beginner, and it's a trade-off. I tend to, for one thing, I'm working with the Vallejo paints, which are thinner than the Citadel paints to start with. For another thing, I find that at the skill level I'm currently at, if I thin my paints, they tend to get too watery.
They run a
and
little bit.
they run, and I prefer the precision that I get with the thicker paint to the runniness. The downside of that trade-off is I do end up with brush strokes in the paint.
You have to be real careful about layering it on.
Yeah.
The Vallejos are pretty good about self-leveling, though. If you're not too heavy-handed.
So the answer is no, I have not thinned my paints.
Yeah, Never Came for the Soul says, I understand what you're saying, but I think that going slower makes you faster in the end. Did you start with a spray, by the way? Yes, you did spray.
Yes. I used a rattle can primer. These are primed in gray.
I'm going to turn my mic off so I can keep talking.
Yeah, well,
Andy can talk about character stuff, because I know where I'm going with mine, and I've done a bunch of proficiency stuff already. Myself with this every time I leave. Okay, alright.
Part of it is that for the purpose of this stream, I'm trying to get my entire kill team squad done in a relatively short period. Because I want to get my kill team ready to actually play with. And since I'm painting them on stream, I have limited time space to do that in. Uh-oh. So one of the things that I debated before starting on these guys was what color to prime them in. And one of the more accomplished painters in the store recommended to me that I prime them in gray and work up to white. My inclination was to prime them in white, and then I could darken from there if I so desired. Because there is a lot of white surface area on the towel. But I primed them in gray. I'm not sure what you. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Light and shade.
Boyfriend was just like, man, last time I was in here, there was a game of werewolf going on. It was like 3 in the morning. Just like you were here during Afterlife. I was literally live streaming and watching it because I had insomnia.
Yeah.
How did I not notice your hulking butt get in? Ken, you're not a small dude. He's not enormous. He's not small dude.
Because there's so many people in there.
6'3". I mean, yeah, but like you would think you noticed your significant other stroll. I mean, mind you, the camera was up here.
Yeah, the camera's up here for that.
But he was still like.
Yeah, the
Now I'm gonna watch the vlog back.
starting in white and then not having any way to go lighter was definitely a rookie mistake. But that's what this particular stream is all about. Is I'm painting on stream. I'm learning as I go.
Is your wisdom modifier?
Oh,
Wait, no.
Yeah.
I will say I'm going to need to get some fresh paint out because this is beginning to clump a little bit more than I am comfortable with.
Everything I was looking at beyond them, whatever, was like in terms of last names.
But I like being able to get these really sharp edges, and I feel like when I
My sort of headcanon on this is
when I thin my paint, maybe it's just that I'm
I didn't get given
inexperienced at thinning paint, and I thin it too much, or I'm not doing it properly. But when I thin the paint, I can't do these good fine lines here. The paint just sort of oozes everywhere or piles up.
so I gave myself a
You don't get the brush strokes, but I feel like I lack precision.
I mean, also, I keep braiding lines into my pants.
Okay, so passive perception.
So like I said, it's a trade-off.
This one. 10 plus all modifiers that normally apply to the check. So wisdom, you have a wisdom of, you get a +3.
Yeah,
So your passive perception is a 15.
it's not 5 because
Or actually, yeah, it is a plus. And you have proficiency in perception, so
so it's 15.
yes.
4. Yeah, that checks out because I would be flinching at everything.
Right. So I have perception. It's 2, 2. So I would also, I would So that's mostly like, what's your passive perception?
So I don't actually have a wet palette.
Notice this.
What I'm using for a palette... Oh no! Oh, I just went way... I was talking and brushed way... No.
He does not. No.
So what I'm using for a palette is the back of a shipping label, which is basically just wax paper.
Alright. So you're also going to need some spellcasting. You will have spells as a druid.
Okay.
So maybe it's a equipment issue. I don't have the proper equipment
You have a spellcasting sheet.
for
Yes, you do. Excellent.
I have this.
thinning my paints adequately.
Front page of that, alright?
I'm not sure this over because that's my companion. Nibbles.
So you're gonna have your spellcasting ability is wisdom. So you're gonna put wisdom. And you're gonna need your spell save DC, which is this right here, which is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. So your wisdom modifier is 3 plus 2, so 15. Cool. Actually, that means your passive perception is 15. So you did do that right.
Yay!
And your spell attack.
I will definitely check out that YouTube link at a later date, obviously not while I'm in the midst of painting.
Is it plus 15 or is it just 15?
Just 15.
Okay.
Because 15 is your score, plus 5 is a modifier you add.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I assume you're going to do wild shape and stuff like that.
Probably, yeah. I mean, probably a little bit more summon emerald than wild
Yeah.
shape, but I'm
But
not
you get
opposed.
wild shape no matter.
Yeah, right.
what, so.
I'm not opposed. I still will.
Yeah.
But you were definitely not the first person to tell me that I should be thinning my paints. It is a pro tip I've gotten from a number of people.
Right. Gotcha. Yes, I remember. Much like Rogue is your wheelhouse, Druid is my wheelhouse.
Like rogues have thieves' cant, and it's not even like Hebrew. It's more like Cockney rhyming slang.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, where you're using words that sound like words
Yeah.
to other people, but the meaning behind them is not understandable to anyone who isn't in your class.
Right. Gotcha.
So yeah. So we'll get you some druids. We'll get you a druid spell list and everything. Now, I see that.
This
Yeah.
front page news.
Alright, so we have all this. We're gonna need your armor class and all this here. So armor class.
Still haven't decided what color I'm going to do the missile tips on this turret with in.
Light armor, medium armor, and shields. Won't wear metal.
Right. No, because Druid.
Right.
Also, first time card, I did, if, yeah, it's one of these, like, if I'm wearing armor heavier than Hide or a Rider, my speed drops to 30 feet instead of 50. So I wouldn't want to do that anyway.
These ones use one.
I may have done a boo-boo. This may be one of these raffle versus something else.
Yeah.
Well,
You can see there where I didn't do an adequate job getting rid of the
For running,
the sprue, where I clipped it off the sprue there. You can see
I would say
definitely techniques I need to practice, things I need to work on.
you're going to care about wild shape.
For one thing, doing all of this on stream
And then they like
means that I'm going a lot faster than maybe I should on my first attempt.
wolf. That would have its own.
that I remember. That I remember. There was the story of the spontaneous mastodon. Did I ever tell you the story of the spontaneous mastodon? Which was my first real.
I have not played Kill Team, so this is actually my purpose in this entire stream, is to build my first ever Kill Team army and get in some Kill Team games. So what I've been doing is I opened my first ever Kill Team box. This is the first time I've done anything 40k related, in fact. I've never played 40k at all. 2 weeks ago on stream, I opened my first army, which was the Tau Kill Team box. And I did no research, I did no preparation, I just opened the box and started building stuff. This was my first mistake. Obviously, I should have done at least some research or understanding or background to know what it was that I was going to build. I realized this about halfway through a 5 hours or 4 hour stream. I had already started gluing legs onto bases when I realized there were more legs on the sprues than there were bases available. And I was like, oh, I get it. I see. In 40k, or Kill Team for that matter, as opposed to any other miniature game that I've played in the past, you have options, and I should have studied those options before I started constructing my guys. With the result that this may not be a well-optimized Kill Team, in that I got to this stage and I was already streaming, and I just said,
fine. Let's go for it. Let's just build some dudes, and I'll figure out how to play them later. With the result that the kill team I've constructed is sort of random. Yes, this is absolutely true. I do have a roster to pick from. Like the team that I've constructed is I've built 5 Tau so far. There is enough stuff left on the sprues that I can build 2 more. And of course I can buy more Tau and build more folks later. I will admit I have no idea what a croûte is. If I'm playing the take prisoners, I'll need some croûte. I assume take prisoners is one of the scenarios that's available. Oh man, I am messing up left and right now. I'm very frustrated with myself.
Very much like, this is what I've got. So plus con, yes, 8 plus con. So that's, I also
I've been told I should probably build some stealth suits to add as options for my kill team, so that if I feel I need stealth suits, I have those as something I can add to the loadout at the start of a game. So my current plan is, I had planned to play my first ever game of Kill Team next week on stream, a week from today. But since the base coats on these guys are taking so much longer than I had anticipated, my current plan is next week, next Monday on stream, I will be doing finer details, which is really my favorite part of painting, is getting in, doing washes, doing the finer bits, doing the highlights and dry brushing, all that sort of stuff. That I'll be doing next week on stream, and then I'll get to play my first ever game of Kill Team the Monday after that, so in 2 weeks I'll play my first ever game. In the meantime, I still have to finish reading the rules. Oh yeah, I know I could absolutely play with unpainted. I could paint with these guys as they currently are. If I had a large enough army, I could play in one of our Warhammer 40k tournaments with this group, because they do have 3 colors on each model, which is the key sort of legality standpoint for a tournament, is you have to have at least 3 colors on a model. But part of the whole reason I wanted to get into 40k and Kill Team, I chose Kill Team as a way to get into 40k because it's a more accessible, smaller squad. So I wouldn't have to build, 1,000 points before I could play. Ooh. Let's check out this picture.
So if you're wearing leather armor, which I assume is what you're wearing, probably,
The presence of gray paint on the battlefield doesn't make Duncan angry, just disappointed. But yeah, what I was saying is, the whole reason I wanted to get into 40k was to have an excuse to paint more figures. I've messed around with Rune Wars in the past, and I've messed around with Star Wars Legion, so I've done a little bit of painting in the past. And I'm actually more into the painting even than to the idea of playing with the minis, which is why I want to get a chance next week to do some fine detail work on these guys. Because like I said, the fine detail work is the most fun. The base coats, in my experience, in other miniature games that I've played, you finish the base coat, and that is when your army is at its most disappointing. It's got its basic paint on, but it looks so sad, so inadequate. So yeah, I want to have my army looking its best before I actually play with them. But you folks will get to see me play my first ever game of 40K. Well, Kill Team. I realize it's slightly different, but you'll get to see the first time I ever roll dice playing 40K in 2 weeks on Monday afternoon. Or, of course, in the VOD or the YouTube video if you missed the live feed. Okay, now I need... I think most likely when I play on... I will be playing against Allie. And Allie plays Space Wolves. That is her thing. So it will probably be Tau versus Space Wolves. Which, I don't know how that's going to work as a matchup. Obviously, from what I understand of the strategy of the game, I'm going to want to hold her at a distance if possible. Maybe mark light her guys so that I can re-roll my ones, and hope that she charges me so that I can use the greater good to overwatch her to death before she can reach my guys. It's going to be tricky though. She's been playing for years, and this will be my first ever game. And, like I said, I built my guys out of the box randomly. So I may not have the right units to make that strategy work. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. Win or lose, it's going to be hilarious. Yeah, I absolutely must not let her close with my units. That would be a disaster. So yeah, it's keeping the Chassui, keeping him in the rear with his good old trusty sniper rifle. It's using my Mark Light drone to tag her guys, and then maybe building a wall with these two with their shotties to stand in the front row and get, take the brunt, while the other guys in the rear sort of mow folks down as they're coming in. It'll depend on what scenario we're doing as well. I don't know what game Allie has planned for us to play. I doubt she'll take advantage of my inexperience and choose a scenario where I have no chance. But my understanding is that there's scenarios where there are points you have to hold or, take. And that could be trickier for me because it'll mean leaving cover or getting down off of cover in order to take point and hold a target for victory points. We'll see.
Let's look up simple weapons and see what
What I'm most looking forward to when I do get to play is finding out what it is that I've built. I have a sort of vague idea of how these guys work, but I haven't even finished reading the instruction manual for Kill Team. So I'm really kind of excited to see if this squad that I have constructed for my first game actually works together at all. It should be a lot of fun to just sort of dive into it and see what happens.
Spear is on that list. Scimitar is under martial melee weapon, so you can't start with it.
Okay.
You're proficient in it, so if you find one, you have proficiency with it, right? But it's not on the list of simple melee weapons.
Okay.
So simple is everything else.
Club, dagger, dagger, mace, quarterstaff, and sickle.
Darts are ranged weapons only. Javelins you can use and you can throw them. So they're considered melee weapons, but they
For playing against Marines or playing as Marines, ion rifles are effective. Because that's these guys, right? No, those are the shotties. That's these guys are the ion rifles.
having something with reach idea. Same for like a sickle, same for like the hand axe I feel like would be too small.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get enough reach with it to actually hit. And the great club would limit your use of your shield. So I feel like a quarterstaff would definitely be
I am looking forward to playing.
does 1d6 bludgeoning.
Even if I don't enjoy playing, though, I will have had a lot of fun painting, because I'm enjoying myself. I find painting minis to be very relaxing, very zen. It's a great way for me to put aside the worries of the world. I've also talked a little bit in the last couple of weeks as I've been doing this about the fact that I believe painting is a form of meditation, in that it involves meditative breathing. Less so when you're constantly talking like I'm doing while I'm painting on stream. But when I'm painting by myself, you take a deep breath as you're dipping your brush, or at least I do. And then as you're applying the paint, you're holding your breath and then exhale. So then it's very much like meditative breathing. It's
I think quarterstaff makes sense then.
hold breath, exhale. And that puts you in a certain mind state.
Stick it there, right?
It's so relaxing. I love painting. Even if I'm inexperienced at it, even if I do things wrong, I'm having a wonderful time, and I think that's a lot of it.
So you do 1d6 plus 3 and spell ability.
This brush is
Actually, just 1d6
beginning to.
and that's plus 3.
I need to retip this brush.
Just don't use your lips.
No, Allie tips with her lips. She lip tips, and I asked her last time on stream, what is your favorite flavor of paint? And she was like, I hate them all.
Then stop licking.
Stop lip tipping.
That means, but I assume it means licking things.
Lip tipping is what you would call tipping by putting it in your mouth. So,
Oh, like making the.
yeah, you'd basically be going.
Oh yeah, twist is definitely. So
Like,
you can't see because it's off
like the way that
frame here.
flatten out a piece of thread.
But what I'm doing is I've got a
I mean, well, not with paint.
paper towel here, so I'm wetting my brush between grabbing paint, and then as I'm drying it, I'm twisting it and that is retipping the brush slightly so that the bristles don't separate quite so much.
Right there. Yeah, Tim got a bubble bath. Way to go. So the Ravens were young women who were hired by a clock-making, watchmaking company to paint knuckles and on the faces of watches to be worn by soldiers because they were dark, so they could be read on the battlefield. I see.
Yeah, I guess wet palette is the next step for me.
They were told they had to be precise. So they licked really their paintbrushes. That meant that they were constantly ingesting small amounts of radium.
I'm definitely getting, because this is a wide, flat space, this is where you're absolutely right. I should be doing a lot more. I should be wetting my brush or wetting my paint down, because this is where I'm getting the brush strokes in the paint. Like you can see as I'm going. I'm being distracted here by Amanda's tale of the Radium Girls. You guys can't hear this because she's got herself muted.
I'm talking specifically about this because of lip tipping.
Yes, I know. I know where this is coming from. Because we mentioned lip tipping.
And it was one of those things I used to lip tip. And I already knew about the Radium Girls, but the more I read about them, I was like, I need to stop doing this.
So, during World War II, actually, Amanda, yeah, go ahead, unmute yourself and tell us what the Radium Girls are.
About the Radium Girls. So, years and years and years ago, though not as far back as one might hope.
Well, this was World War II era.
Let me find the specifics so that I can be like particular about this. So, the Radium Girls refers to a specific group of women who were hired by a company in New Jersey, the United States Radium Factory. They were hired to this is pre-World War II, Andy. This is actually like 1917.
Oh, okay.
They were hired to use radium-based paint to paint the numbers on watch faces, specifically for soldiers. Though they were sold to all sorts of other people. But this was specifically a thing that was supposed to be used for soldiers. And they were instructed to point their brushes with their lips to get a nice, precise tip. Like so. And because they were painting numbers onto a watch face by hand. These were not being printed by anything. These were not like them gluing down pre-cut numbers. They were painting the numbers on by hand. And you got paid by like the number that you finished and by how good your work was. And so girls who made a point of tipping their brush frequently ingested more. So really, the better they were at their jobs, the more likely they were to be ingesting more and more radium paint. Because the paint was literally radium in a powder matrix than in a paint matrix.
Yeah, more than that.
We're
getting
not
there.
Talking throat cancer. We are talking.
It got into their bones.
So
yeah.
because radium is a calcium binder, it will bind to your bones. Your bones will absorb it, thinking that it's calcium, and therefore it ends up in your marrow. It ends up in your bones. To the point where girls were like basically glowing in the dark. They were also encouraged to like use the paint They painted their nails with it. They used it on their cheeks before going out on the town. Yeah, it was absolutely horrific. They were ingesting the paint. And the first clues that something was really wrong were when some of these women started having recurring dental problems that could not be, the source of it was mysterious. Dentists did not know what was causing these horrific abscesses. Just warning for like horrific imagery. In just a second, one dentist reached in to pull out a tooth and took away a whole chunk of jaw. Just came right out of her mouth. One of the women testified in court and had to test it. They couldn't get her to the courthouse because she was in such bad shape. They brought the court to her living room and she testified from her couch because she could not move and she was in such pain. The company tried to claim that it had no knowledge of how harmful radium was. They did. They had no knowledge that the girls were ingesting it. They tried to claim that they had never told the girls to lip tip. They had. And it was a landmark case for occupational illness. And like Fossy Jaw is another one. Is that, I'm not sure if Fossy Jaw is the thing that you're linking me to. But it might be. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Same thing.
Same sort of idea. But yeah. Fossy Jaw is another one that's very similar to the Radium Girls. And it was usually seen in people involved in the production of matches because they were using phosphorus.
Yep.
And ingesting it basically because they were...
Yeah, matches.
And the Radium Girls, a couple of them are buried in lead-lined coffins. Like, we're talking massively dangerous stuff here. And there were girls who were coated in it because it was in the air. Because their paint was powder-based originally, and then you would mix it with the paint base. And as they rinsed off their brush, and if you paint, you know this, you end up with paint water, and if you let it settle, you end up with sediment at the bottom. Well, they were encouraged to let that water run off and save the sediment, and then chip the sediment out and remix it with the paint base to...
Because, of course, radium was expensive.
Yeah.
Right, radium's expensive, so you don't want to waste it. So they were encouraged to chip it out. Well, that's going to put it in the air. They were mixing their own paint. So as soon as you put that dust, that powder in the bowl to mix with paint, that's going to get into the air. There were reports that you could walk through this workshop and that the very air sort of sparkled and glowed because there were just
radium specks
in the air. And this whole neighborhood was all these girls. Yeah. Yeah, a little ironic.
Finding ways to make your minis glow in the dark. Yep.
But yeah, it's definitely, it's one of those things.
Not radium. Pro tip: don't do that.
Yeah, don't use radium.
Don't suppose you needed to be told that, but.
But yeah, the Radium Girls, I highly recommend a couple of books on this. There are a whole bunch, but I have most recently read Radium Girls, The Dark Story of America's Shining Women by Kate Moore.
That's a clever title.
And there's a play called I think it's These Shining Lives that is about the Radium Girls. Yeah, just absolutely horrific. And on top of that, the company it went out of business, but it didn't actually go out of business. It sold the Radium Girls, The Dark Story of America's Shining Women by Kate Moore, Moore. And that came out in
In case you didn't know, Amanda is a librarian.
Yeah, I'm a librarian, so things cross my path and I read them. But what's really fascinating to me about this is that the company rebuilt itself under different ownership, or by this, it's the same ownership. The guy who ran it ended up like selling the company to someone else before it went out of business, so he was able to start up another company. And in like, I want to say like the 60s or 70s, he did it again. Again with radium. In New Jersey! Like Bhopal and Union Carbide, yes. Yeah. Almost exactly the same sort of deal.
Yeah.
Gee, all my interests. I have a thing about like industrial like accidents and chemical accidents.
Disasters, yeah.
It's one of those things where I get fascinated in a horrific way. I know a ridiculous amount about like Chernobyl and various radiation accidents, like the SR1, I think, was a experimental reactor that exploded.
Oops.
And was so radioactive inside that they could not
Murray's
at first
Curious
figure
Notes.
out what happened to the people who were in it. They initially thought one of them had been completely vaporized. They found out later that they weren't.
Content warning again.
Yeah, again, content warning.
Content warning, about to get really scary.
He wasn't vaporized. He was pinned to the roof of the building by one of the rods from the reactor.
Oh.
From like crotch to shoulder.
Holy crow.
And it took quite some time to get him down because people could only work a couple minutes at a time
Yeah.
in the building.
Again, lead-lined coffins.
Again, lead-lined coffins, yeah.
Yeah, that'd do it.
They were military. They are buried in Arlington, and their graves are basically marked, "Do not disturb."
Yeah.
These are never to be moved.
Yeah, that checks out.
So yeah, I know a disturbing amount of this. A friend of mine, my friend Toshi, said that my brand is knowledge terrible in both content and amount. That's me.
I mean, also knowledge terrifying.
Yeah. So yeah,
Excuse me.
it's one of those things where I know a disturbing amount about a number of disturbing.
Did you ever come across the wind scale?
Wind scale disaster in the UK? Yes, a graphite fire. That's always fun.
How?
When you build a reactor and you don't account for ventilation in a proper way.
How do you not do that anyway?
There are an amazing number of mistakes people have made with nuclear reactors.
I suspect a lot of them are in the
See,
name of cutting costs,
I'm
aren't they?
fine with learning by making mistakes.
Not that
when I'm
kind.
painting.
Too far.
Yeah, I have come across wind scale. There's also another. There's another disaster that is that caused an entire salt cavern in Poland to be. I think it's Poland or Romania.
That was actually part of the name of diplomacy, picking French
Yeah.
design.
And you know,
Ah, the French.
Chernobyl dropped no fallout over France,
According to the French.
according to the French. Yeah. Yeah.
The French, I can't.
I know, right? So, yeah, wind scale is definitely one I've read up on. And there's also, there was an earlier Ukrainian accident that we know almost nothing about because it was well before Glasnost. It was, nope. We know nothing about it. We know absolutely nothing. I mean, we know about Chernobyl, but there were prior accidents that we don't know about, and there are things that we did on our side.
Oh, sure.
The U.S. has all sorts of messed
sure.
up things. There's another one that was there was a guy who was turning on a mixer, and it had been there was more than there should have been. There was more radioactive material than there should have been because it was in a vortex, and so it had solidified in the center. Like it wasn't measurable. So yeah, and it exploded.
Oops.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, you want to talk about like listening stations and number stations and things like that? We've got the Russian woodpecker. We've got cherry ripe and all of those. Yeah. I've picked up a ridiculous number of weird little bits of knowledge, and that's some of it.
If I can interject for a moment.
We've gone on a
that
wild
was
and
a nice
crazy
tangent.
tangent.
So I tried to water my paint down a little bit while I was doing this because it was all huge, wide, empty swaths. And I just wanted to get input from Novocaine on how it looks on stream. Does it look like this is going on smoother?
Are you serious?
Hey, listen for a program?
Wow. It's hard to see.
Yeah, it's true. The white is so
They listen
blinding.
to the Today program.
Andy, maybe pull your palette over and try putting it
that's
over
an
the
idea,
palette
yeah.
so that you've got more white balance.
Yeah.
We'll see if that works. They have to listen.
On Radio 4. Looks smoother.
Look smoother. Okay.
Try not to drop your thing.
Right into the paint.
I was painting
That's
the
one
other-
way to paint it.
I was painting
That's-
the other
I mean,
day,
yeah,
and
not
I was
advisable, but-
painting over my palette, and someone was in chat and was like, "Painting over the palette, I see. Bold move."
Bold choice. Bold choice.
Yeah.
Brave maneuver.
So, all right. So you have your main weapon.
Yep.
You get to pick either another weapon or a scimitar.
I think I pick another weapon because I don't think I would have a scimitar.
You don't think you would have a scimitar?
Would I? Would
A scimitar would be.
I want to bring you a wet palette and give you a hug? Aw, Novocaine.
All right. Well, let's look up a scimitar.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is a scimitar? Because I like.
It's a big curved sword.
It's a big.
Yeah,
it's a big
basically what it is.
bugger off sword.
They're one of my favorite types of sword.
But does that?
These are scimitars.
Yeah, but does that really seem like?
I mean, you're gonna having a bladed weapon is not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Because you might need to cut down a branch for like food. You may need to clear away some dead, underbrush. So having
That's
a
coming
bladed
along.
weapon isn't a bad idea. Yeah, scimitars are one of my favorite blades.
Curved blade,
I also
yeah.
have a fondness for bladed weapons, as one might have guessed from the fact that I am a fan
Of Highlander.
of Highlander. So, yeah. Because otherwise you're picking another simple weapon. So do you want to go all bludgeoning and have like a mace or something? Or do you want to have a bladed weapon where you can use it to like slice and cut and clear?
That's a fair point. I
Or
hadn't
you could
considered
have
that.
daggers, and those you could use as like a tool.
Right. Like.
But they don't have a lot of reach, and since you're higher up,
Yeah.
having a longer weapon.
So that I can reach yon peons that are shorter than
Yeah.
7 foot tall
Are
me.
polearms an option? Unfortunately, well, a spear is an option. So, but a spear does 1d6 piercing. You get a scimitar, but otherwise you can't get a scimitar because it's
Martial melee.
it's a martial melee weapon. And as a druid,
Spear beats sword.
It does, but she's also got a quarterstaff already.
Yes. So I have a quarterstaff. I am also for.
Mine cost $1.25.
For. Oh, I just got. God dang it.
So you get a scimitar or any simple melee
I'm a little
weapon.
slow to the uptake on these. I think
You
it's
could have a
also.
spear, which would be 1d6 piercing as opposed to 1d6 slashing.
All right, I'm going to do an experiment now.
And this is also a finesse weapon. I
I don't have.
This is that guy who's all
Do I have-
painted
You do
in
have proficiency in
bright,
scimitars.
bright white.
I do.
I'm going to try
Also
and
have
darken
proficiency
him
in
down
spears.
Yeah.
using this same
The
base
question
coat
being,
that
do
I've
you
been
want
using.
two long weapons, or do you want a long weapon and a shorter weapon?
I'm going to lose chat in a few minutes here because my phone is down to 2% battery.
Fortunately, we do have
Yeah, you guys have chat, but you'll just have to relay it to me because I don't have my glasses on.
What?
Nerdy. How dare.
It is
How
an
dare?
iPhone.
Oh, dang it. I was going to say, I have an Android charger if you need one. Wrong one.
Andy,
Yes. No, they won't reach.
from your computer, from the computer up there.
But I'm using all of its USB ports.
No, you're not.
Really?
There's another one. Oh no, you are.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Because I've got... Actually, no, wait. I have a spare USB port.
I have a block, too, if you want to just plug it into this wall.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, let's
Block,
do
and
that.
I have my cable, so.
Let me unbury the block from in here. Come on, you. You're in here.
I'm
Is that
looking.
going to work?
There it is. Got it.
That looks amazing.
That's not going to reach.
But, hang on. You can... I'm going to make this so. Hold on. Throw my own phone on the floor. Sure.
Okay, we'll try that. Actually, maybe this will reach.
I'm going to turn this off while I rescue my phone from the floor.
Thank you for letting me borrow your block.
There you go. All right. So how do we feel about
All right, Amanda, what's this link?
This is a link to a weapons and armor YouTube channel.
Ah,
Largely me talking to the camera, often brandishing something ancient or medieval, and voicing opinions which people seem to find interesting even when they disagree with them. That is 100% my brand. So thank you.
Thank you, new friend.
So, okay. How are you feeling? Do you want another long thing, or do you want a slightly shorter thing with an edge to it? A longer thing would also be pointy.
I'm trying to rationalize this on a character level, which is that's how I'm going at this.
I mean, okay, so also think about this. As a druid, as a Selesnian druid, what do you think they would have given you to go out adventuring with? What do you think they would have been like, you're going to need one of these?
Take this. It's
Would they have
dangerous to
given me
go
the
alone.
quarterstaff, or would they have given me the scimitar?
They probably would have given you the...
Because I'm thinking scimitar probably makes the most sense in terms of clearing underbrush, in terms of having a blade.
Can you have a scythe?
Not yet.
Yeah,
Maybe eventually, but not yet.
yeah, not yet.
I can have a sickle,
Yeah.
but
The
given
sickle is more just like handheld with a...
yeah, and given
Yeah,
that
that's very druidic. That's a druidic thing.
yes, given that I am a centaur and that I'm up here, y'all are down here.
We're thinking longer reach here.
Reach so that I
Yeah.
can get at the other friends.
I feel like they probably would have given you a scimitar and been like, you're gonna need something, okay?
Yeah, just what do we have laying
you don't have
around?
to use it, but keep it with you, okay?
Sorry, off
Yeah.
camera there. I didn't mean to drift.
So I
Centaurs historically were keen archers. You
Yes.
are correct,
This is true.
But we have been told that we need a melee weapon here. Or, because see, you went with the shield instead of any simple weapon, which would have allowed you to do a ranged weapon.
yeah,
And the other option is a scimitar or
a
any
simple melee weapon. Yeah.
So, yeah. Because the shield makes sense character-wise for you.
There, problem solved.
Whip, their problem solved. Yeah, hello Sentai and Torn.
Hello,
Are
friend.
the spirits cavalry, basically.
Yes, I am the cavalry.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be a point at which, because I shared with you,
Unfortunately, is a martial weapon, not a simple weapon.
so I can have it eventually. Not yet, though.
Yeah.
Eventually, I will get to be Indiana horse, but not yet. I feel this might be an opportune moment with which to share my backstory with chat, because I let you read it. I didn't actually share it with anybody yet.
True. We didn't actually tell your backstory.
Yes, I would love to hear
And
your
yeah, Andy actually hasn't heard this yet. So the backstory, as Andy
So for
Andy sort
those-
of directed
for those
me.
just joining us, Sentai and Torn, we are going to be playing a D&D campaign on stream set in Ravnica next Sunday. And Jules is preparing her character for that campaign while I'm painting my Tau.
So I got given some like kind of nudges in various directions on certain ideas, but I stuck within my wheelhouse, which is druids. That's what I know how to do.
Centaur. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Centaur.
On our monitor, it's definitely that the L is not as clearly an L. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's on me. Because I said it first, so
and-
everyone else followed my lead.
And also on herbs and oofs, yes, absolutely. And also on Twitch, perhaps for font choices.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
It's not your fault. It's dang you, Twitch, for making your font hard to read. But so the backstory here. So I was kind of nudged like, hey, do you want to play a centaur? And I was like, yes. Oh my gosh, yes. That's a great idea.
Obviously, I do.
And I'd kind of had this idea of like, I'm a Selesnian, a centaur druid of a Selesnian, and as Andrew had mentioned, it sounds very Maria von Trapp from like Sound of Music, in that I keep wandering off from the conclave and finding stray animals and just being a general helpful friend. But my conclave guildmasters are like, what are you doing? Like, a scenario I've come up with is them going, Kasha, what is that? Oh, it's a shark-to-crab. What? It's a shark-to-crab. I've named him Squiggles. He said the Simic were mean to him, so I took him home. I said he could stay with me a while. Kasha, why?
yeah.
So that sort of thing. So the backstory I've come up with is my character, Cassia, was part of a nomadic tribe of centaurs. As a child, she got separated from her herd, and centaur herds are not the U.S. military. They do leave a member behind. And so the Selesnya Guild found a young and frightened centaur and took her in. Centaurs are fun. Climbing, not so much. Yeah, I mean, you just get real swole. You just, every day is arm day because you have to lift an entire horse butt. Just real good at this. We were having a discussion last night as I started building this of what do centaur push-ups look like, and that's why you don't see any centaurs in the Boros, because they fail out of basic training immediately. Drop and give me 50. I literally can't. I am a centaur. But so the Selesnya took in a young and frightened Cassia, but she is a centaur. Her and her family brought her up in the circle of the shepherd, so she's nomadic and not meant to stay put, and she has a penchant for helping animals. So she frequently wanders off, and various creatures in need frequently follow her home. Understandably, this doesn't settle terribly well with the Selesnian conclave, given that she keeps neglecting her actual guild duties in favor of a growing ragtag menagerie. So finally, Kasha has been sent on the Selesnian equivalent of Rumspringa to hopefully burn out her wanderlust, or at the very least get her out of the conclave's hair for a little while. So in being out on her own, she's realized that she can't afford to foster more than one little cuteling at a time. Her current ward is Nibbles. He's a little bug. He's like, if y'all have played Magic or seen the art of Vraska holding this little weird bug thing like a dog,
love that thing.
She has a bug dog. Whatever that is. Cassia has a bug dog.
Okay.
So Cassie found him in the undergrowth. His mandibles were too soft to eat any like real food and chew properly, so when he tried to chomp down on her leg, he more gummed and drooled on it. And she's been nursing him back to health. And so now while he's able to eat proper food, his fangs are still not really strong enough, and he's not really ready to be on his own in the wild yet. Gardon, who is our friend's Minotaur, is also Selesnian, and he's been tagging along at the request of Cassia's guildmasters, whether to make sure she actually comes back after her educational experience or to keep her safe while she figures herself out. Either way, Cassie's finding comfort in his presence. So that's the moral of the story, is that me and my Minotauran bodyguard are doing a thing. I'm out on Rumspringa, making some interesting life choices, maybe learning some things, and I have adopted a bug dog, named him Nibbles.
Sounds so much fun.
Name is Nibbles! Yeah, that's also my wheelhouse for characters, is that they're hilarious. They're just ridiculous and get up into shenanigans and silliness and go in directions that myself didn't even come up with.
Were you watching TV?
I do not see much stealth in the future of your party. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
one of the
no.
class features
A
of
Minotaur and a Centaur?
of centaurs. Of you are not going to have any stealth unless you've managed to cover your hooves if you're walking on something hard like brick or wood or glass, because the clop clops.
Fortunately, my monk has +5 to stealth checks.
Yes.
So
Who needs stealth when you can just headbutt everything? Yeah, or just centaur kick, because there is the ability to kick something, and if they fail the saving throw on it, they get pushed back 5 feet. I disagree with you, sir. I will turn around and kick you in the teeth. What?
Yeah, you have to use rear kick for that.
146.
So
I heard you humming, and I thought it was
this is
something
mostly
vibrating.
working. I'm trying to make this towel look like my other towel. This is the one I had made the mistake on and painted like bright white. So I'm trying to paint him over the white in the sort of blue-gray. Might take a couple coats.
Andy,
Yeah.
question here.
Yes.
The monk stuff says, at first level, your practice of martial arts gives you mastery of combat styles that use unarmed strikes and monk weapons.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I answered my own question.
Oh, good.
I was gonna be
Never
like,
mind.
What's a monk
what's
weapon?
A monk weapon? But it actually
It goes on to that.
Such as.
Do you want lava cake Hershey kisses? Because I forgot I packed those.
Yes.
Okay, have and lava cake Hershey kisses. They're gooey on the inside. It's delightful.
All right, let's see. So my short sword is, and I get to use dex instead of strength for attack and damage rolls of my unarmed strikes and monk weapons, which is real nice. So I have my proficiency bonus plus my attack bonus, and my attack bonus for my short sword is +3, and my proficiency bonus.
My kill team squad is slowly coming together here. I really had hoped that I would be able to get some fine detail stuff done today, but it's definitely not going to fit into today's stream. So next Monday's stream, washes, eyes, like all the cool little tiny
Centaurs,
details.
which are half man, half beast. Are you using washes?
I will be using washes.
I was smiling to myself the other day when you said something about, I'm going to use a wash on that, and I'm like, of course you are. I don't think I've ever seen you paint anything without putting washes on it.
Washes are a miracle.
I don't 100% even understand what that means, but I know you do it all the time. It's like, yeah, of course, that's as far as I understood it, that was a default part of this.
Yeah. Washes make everything better. I was talking about this earlier where I'm all about like precision and getting the paint where I want it to go. But if you mess up, which you will,
Absolutely, I use a wash after my base spray.
you can put a wash on and it'll go into the nooks and crannies of the model and cover up all those little glitches that irritate you so much.
All the boo-boos.
Yes, they all just vanish. It's like magic.
Gosh, if only I could actually do that, like... I don't know how to make up. I don't. It's not a skill I have. That's okay. I
Nor do I.
Yes, but you're not societally expected to.
Yeah, true.
But I did discover that somebody makes a gold eyeliner, which is really neat because I sparkle. It's also the kind of eyeliner that like doesn't come off, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like the name of it is like slide on, glide on, stay on. It's a turn on, whatever. Yes, the name had to be this long because it's so cool. That's actually part of the name. But so it's the kind that I'll put it on and then forget because I don't do it often, but I'll forget and then wake up the next morning and go, right, I washed my face and it's still there. Doesn't want to come off. But yeah, then I have gold sparkly eyes for a while.
If you want makeup tips, Sarah will be here next week.
Ooh.
Yeah. I
Sarah.
cannot wait for you to meet Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah's hair.
Should I try to
She's
match?
got mermaid hair.
No, she has purple right now. It's not super mermaid
Oh, okay.
at the moment.
Dang it. Well, maybe it's good that I've gone pink, then we won't have two purples. Actually, hopefully it'll be red again next week.
Find Sarah.
If you'll believe it, My hair was Little Mermaid red, literally last week, and
It looks very cotton candy-ish right now. I
yeah,
don't quite like it.
it's very bubblegum. Like it's funny because on top it's doing this, but then if you pick this up and underneath, it's doing that.
So this is Sarah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so like this was at a Ren Fair.
Yeah.
Funny you should mention Ariel. The first time I met Sarah's friend Jen, she was dressed
That's
as Ariel.
right.
She was cosplaying. That was fun.
Just posted something. Let's see. She had just posted something about like her hair.
I don't know.
January. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't have the skill set to do that on purpose. I did it by accident once with like a cross
she
of purple
goes
and
to
cream.
someone for it.
I do my own.
She at one point had said she was like, I got a new job, immediately made a hair appointment. It was
Yes.
very, very
Though
much.
she did do my hair when I first dyed
Yeah,
it.
she did Andy's hair when he first started dyeing his hair, and we're actually going to touch it up later in the week.
So it'll be nice and purple for the stream.
Maybe it was Twitter that she posted about.
Did your hair fade to this from purple?
So we had highlighted it in blue,
Okay, that's why.
and the blue stayed. The purple washed
Fell out. Yeah.
So we're basically going to do all purple next.
That's, I think, what happened with this is that I had red and also, like, I had 2 different shades of red and a shade of pink in my medicine cabinet left over. So I just mixed all of them together. Really heavy on the red.
So that's what her hair looks like right now.
Cool. But there was still some pink in it, and it very clearly is what stuck, which is surprising because the time I tried to do it pink, it immediately faded to just white, and I have no idea why.
So yeah, she went and got her hair did.
Yeah.
That looks real good. Yeah, I am looking forward to meeting Sarah. Mm-hmm. I feel
Kindred spirit, very much.
Yeah. Sarah and I have known each other for quite some time. We've been friends
All right.
just about since I got married. So that was 2003. So yeah.
Quite some
Are we
time.
at? 4:36. I have time to do a little bit more. So
Since I was a 13-year-old child.
This is that blindingly white guy.
so young, I can't stand it.
I've toned him down
You're
a
not
little
old.
bit.
I'm
now
just a
he's
whippersnapper,
not
that's all.
quite as dark as the other guys, but he's darker.
See, I've got my Dungeoneers.
He looks better. He looks better.
And you're starting with some sort of pack. Let's find out what sort of pack you get to start with.
Oh wait, what did I need for scimitar?
I've done a bunch of work on my.
Let's look at it because I have it right here. Scimitar is
On my
a
drones.
1d6 slashing.
Do a little bit more drone touching up here.
And that's also +3, I'm guessing?
Yes, because you have proficiency. Or yeah, that's a +3 for that because that's your attack bonus. and
So-
your strength bonus.
This has
Okay.
been my
And then,
first experience with building 40K
You have
Novocaine, so I didn't know what really to expect from the poses,
Okay.
but I did give them a variety of different poses as I was constructing, obviously. We've got this guy reloading, he's got a clip in his hand. We've got this guy with his gun out in front of him.
I need to check with him on mine.
This guy is also reloading here. So I gave them a variety of poses, crouching, standing, where is it? There's a very sort of dynamic pose on my Chasui, where he's sort of up on the
Hi.
ball of one foot.
We have a new person in chat. Andy.
Oh, hello, Flo 3000 or 30,005. Hi, welcome. You have arrived as I am in the process of painting up my first ever 40K army. I'm Andrew, and I have decided to try playing Kill Team
as part of that process, I am painting up my first ever 40K army, which is this kill team squad that I am working on right now. In the meantime, we have Amanda and Jules, who are making characters for a D&D game that we are going to be playing on stream on Sunday. So, lots of cool stuff going on today.
Should I just put the items in there?
You can do that. This is so
So for all of these guns, I'm probably going to do this in gold or green, but I'm just giving it a white coat to start with. There we go.
10 torches.
Keep getting bubbles in the paint.
Seriously, you always want a bit of rope. Just like sand can.
Should I put, because this is herbalism kit, should I stick that in there too?
Just start with one. Hey Andy, can Jill start with an herbalism kit since she has proficiency in it? It's not
No, not necessarily. You might be able to find a place to buy one.
Okay. It's not something the Silesians would have sent me out with?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You might get some equipment from your Celestia background, but I don't recall an
No, I don't
herbalism
mean,
kit
like,
being a part of it.
I mean, like, just storyline-wise.
No, okay.
Like, I start with a poisoner's kit. I think double check that.
Oh, darn it. I was doing that a different color. Oh well. You can always go back and fix it.
Oh, you have a healer's kit.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll stick that on the list.
Cool, do it. I'll start with...
So anything else on the plan?
So I could eventually branch out into regular 40K, but I am constructing this squad particularly for Kill Team, and the reason I chose to start with Kill Team instead of diving headfirst into 40K is that I'm not a super experienced modeler and painter, and I wanted to give myself something that would be easier for me to start at. And I figured Kill Team would be an accessible way to begin, because a Kill Team squad is small, whereas a 40K army can be quite hefty.
I have a proficiency in poisoner's kit, and I have a
So if I enjoy playing with the Tau, and I'm enjoying their flavor so far, and I have really enjoyed modeling them, and I'm enjoying applying some paint to them, then I could possibly continue to expand and add more to my squad and move towards full-on 40K. But the current plan is in 2 weeks' time to play my first 40K, well, play my first Kill Team game using this squad that I've been constructing and painting on stream.
They actually make, so like horse-mounted cops will have coats that are specifically made to also cover the back of the horse.
Oh, so like that?
Yeah, it sort of ends up looking like that. Let me see.
Yeah, that sounds like something a centaur would have.
Oh, the horsey gets to share your raincoat.
I can't find a picture of it, but I've actually seen it in Boston.
That checks out.
All right. I have applied much paint to models today.
Those are dogs.
sort of thing, except it also comes up into its arm that the person is wearing.
But then instead of stopping at, because I don't stop there, it stops at my neck,
It
not the
comes
horse
up.
neck.
Exactly. Well, they make them so that they're like, it's a person who's wearing it, but the back of it is long enough to go over the back of the horse. So I think your robes would be cut that way to like cover over your rear.
I feel like 40K is really exploding lately. We actually had a new player learning to play yesterday in the store.
So, Novocaine, I see you asking about figures for D&D, why you would have figures for D&D. I think there are a couple of purposes for having figures for D&D. One, having been commissioned to paint a figure for a friend, he really wanted to have a physical representation of his character. He thought that was really interesting. It can also be very helpful for people who are less audio-oriented and more visual-oriented to have the visual of where the characters are in space. So having a miniature that represents your character helps you to understand where your character is in relation to enemies or other characters, or even just the room and the layout of the room. And I find that helpful, especially Andy and I run a D&D program at my workplace, which is a library. We work with like middle schoolers, and
Yeah, like 13-year-olds,
they need that. They
need that visual representation.
But that's also, I mean, there are a lot of people who need that visual, who are more visually oriented than audio oriented. Like I can get a good understanding of where my characters are in space, like in a given space.
Oh no!
Did he
by
escape?
listening.
He escaped.
Rescue
Where'd
him.
he go?
Sometimes, especially when you have a lot of
This is where it gets hard when I don't have my
I was gonna
glasses
put your
on.
glasses back on.
and there
Then go
are
find him.
4 or 5
There it is.
enemies,
That.
figuring out where your character
Luckily,
is
he
in
landed dry
relation
side down.
Oh, thank goodness.
to each of the enemies can be a little tricky. And if you don't have at least a visual cue for that, sometimes that can be hard to track unless you're really used to it. So yeah, for me, having a figure in D&D, one, helps me to let other people at the table know what my character looks like if I have gone that far. But also helps me to understand where my character is in relation to things in between rounds. So as things change, I'm not losing track of what has changed.
Right. I mean, and that was definitely a thing that a Pathfinder campaign that I was part of did. And we didn't go as far as having, minifigures because we were, poor 20-somethings, so we didn't really have the funding to do all that, and we were not the art skilled kind of people that could sit there and paint and do all this really cool stuff. That just wasn't our skill set. So we just had little scraps of paper, but it was way easier for our, the person running our game to go, okay, relative to you, here's where this is, here's where you are, to have the little gridded out map of this is how many, each little block is 5 feet, that's how many steps you need to take to get, how many 5-foot strides you need to take to get where you're going to reach this person, because it was one of my friends who was playing with us, love the boy to death, but he is one of those, you have to visually show him the thing that you think you're going to accomplish, you are not, because he just wouldn't believe it when our GM was like, no, you can't do that. You're not. He's like, no, but I can do the thing. He's like, no, here, let me lay this out. Here's where you are. Here's where he is. You're not as close as you think you are. This is how many 5-foot steps you have. That's smack in the middle of you and where he is. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's sometimes helpful to be able to lay that all out on a giant diagram. For those of us that are visual and kinesthetic learners, that's kind of important. Are we still trying to find
All that having been said,
cloaked horse? Not that your D&D game is completely
when we
not done
play
without.
D&D on stream this coming weekend, we are not going to have minis and we are not going to have maps.
We will have Hershey Kisses. No,
We'll have Theater of the Mind.
we'll make it happen. It'll be okay.
part of the problem being finding a centaur figure that isn't a rule.
Yeah.
It's a little tricky.
And female.
Yeah.
I have a male centaur figure. It would take some modification.
It's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things.
Figure it out. Okay, so what do we need to do next for you?
Did I turn this back on or did I turn it off again? Okay. I didn't know, but I did. So I've kind of put this here. I put the...
Yep.
That seems like relevant.
That all works. You've got your Selesnya insignia, you've got your robes, you've got your common clothes.
Is my insignia a thing that goes here somewhere? Would it be this necklace thing?
It can be a brooch.
Like, it doesn't... Yeah, you can put it there. It sort of depends on whether you think you're wearing it around your neck or whether it's something that you're carrying in a pouch.
I think I would probably keep it in my pocket, wouldn't I?
Yeah, then say, belt pouch, insignia inside, sort of deal. Like, if you'll look at my sheet, it doesn't go that specific about, like, where things are.
Fair.
So, it's not like you have to.
I mean, I suppose I should probably know where it is, should I ever need to pull it out, but...
Exactly. So, yeah, you can also choose one type of artisan's tools or one musical instrument to have a... So the thing is, you have a healer's kit. You don't have proficiency with it. So you could choose to take that proficiency in a healer's kit, or you could choose proficiency in a different kit, but you'd have to obtain that kit, or you could choose proficiency in a musical instrument. But you also don't necessarily have that musical instrument.
No, as far as I can tell, I don't. I think proficiency in the healer's kit makes most sense, character speaking, yeah?
Yeah, character-wise, it makes total sense for your character to have proficiency in the healer's kit and have the healer's kit.
Yeah.
And then if we can get you an herbalism kit, then that takes care of that.
The knights are new to the meta for me. Only just getting back into Warhammer.
You're going with... I don't think you did any extra...
Oh, so yeah, my color scheme. I initially
do I
was
just
going to
put
do, because it's my first
healer's
army,
kit here
I
if I'm
initially
taking
was going to
proficiency
go
in it?
very traditional Tau
I'm gonna put it right
with the orange and white. Instead, I have chosen to go with a slight variation, and I've gone with a green and white Tau army. Although the white I'm using right now is this sort of pale gray blue. I can highlight it up to white, which is the ultimate plan.
Healer's kit. It's bandages, salves, and spots out that you get 10 uses out of it.
Okay.
So I put a little 10
yeah.
next to where you have it in your equipment.
Did I write it in here? Yeah.
A little 10 next to that.
You may notice, those of you watching in chat,
I have a
that
poison
there's a big mess of glue on this
equipment necessary for the creation of poison.
drone. That is because when I constructed this drone on stream 2 weeks ago, I actually built him backwards. And I didn't discover this until after he was primed. So I had to crack him open, like actually split him in half, and he's pinned. I used a drill and pin to put the gun back on, but it's not ideal. There's a lot of glue oozing out there, and also he's not completely straight. I mean, gives him character, right? Just means this drone has seen action. This drone has seen some stuff.
Alright, so here's the thing. No, your mess kit is more you have a bunch of like pots and pans and stuff. We have rations. We all have like 10 rations to start, but we might be able to buy other food and not use our basic rations.
Is my cannon for myself, but I have cast iron pan or whatever it is. Just occasionally.
It would be an improvised weapon.
Oh yeah.
Improvised weapons make good damage, but it
1d4.
still works.
1d4 plus strength mod.
Hey, Andy,
Sorry, Jules.
We're gonna have to talk about my unarmed stuff when we get home tonight, so
Yeah.
we can figure it out.
else we got here?
Now that we're not that, I'm gonna turn myself back on over here. What else are we missing?
I'm on again.
Yeah.
Spells.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
What
do
we're
we need to start sorting out spell slots?
Yes, we do.
So your strength mod is -1, right?
No.
Because you dump. Oh, I thought
3.
you dump statted strength.
Oh, no.
I dump statted strength.
She did.
okay,
I
okay.
dumped statted dexterity.
Because as a monk, I get to use dex instead of
Yeah,
strength for
yeah.
my attacks. I dump statted strength.
See, whereas I dumped dexterity because I'm a horse.
Yeah,
Or
okay.
part horse, anyway.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you had the potential when hitting with your pan to do 0 damage.
Yeah.
If you did 1d4 -1.
That'd be hilarious.
That would be really funny. All right, let's find Druid and let's look at your spellcasting.
I also, on the subject of I am a horse, somebody brought up this hilarious idea of,
Oh yes, absolutely. It's not glue. It's hydraulic fluid.
Yes.
someone had a hilarious idea for a character in an RPG where you are half centaur, half minotaur, in that, and the minotaur is half the horse kind sort of thing. So
you have the body of a horse and the head of a horse?
Yes. So you've inherited both halves of horse, but you've also inherited the ability to speak. Whereas your sister, on the other hand, inherited both human halves and can't speak. But so you are a horse that can speak. And what class do you take but rogue? Because you start stealing stuff because no one friggin' expects the horse to have stolen things. You just mage hand steal stuff.
Alright,
I could see it.
What on earth?
This could be quicker.
Oh. What on earth is undecillion?
A lot.
This has gone a long way from where it started, I think.
Yeah. So close, so close.
So close to...
To having 400 antimatter
That's a whole lot of things happening. For the greater
Cookie
good.
clicker. Yes, Tau is all about the greater good.
Yeah. Alright, so you get to pick a whole bunch of spells now.
Yay!
Alright.
Ooh, what?
Thank you so much for the follow.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Come hang out with us. Come hang out with us, I say.
Our
I'm not
groovy
usually
gang.
here. Come hang out with these folks. They're great.
Come and join our groovy gang. We'll watch Doctor Who. Alright, so at first level, you know 2 cantrips of your choice from the Druid spell list. So let's look at our cantrip options.
Okay.
We have Druidcraft, Guidance, and I'll look them up when...
Okay, when we get to...
Yeah, anything that looks interesting, we'll look up. Guidance, Mending, Poison Spray...
This is when I
Reduce
get to
Flame,
not care about detail.
Resistance, Shillelagh,
I'm just slapping paint
Thorn
on here.
Whip. What looks interesting to you?
I want to know what Druidcraft is, but also mending seems relevant.
Mending does seem really relevant to you. So, Druidcraft. Whispering to the spirits of nature, you create one of the following effects within range. And it's a range of 30 feet. You create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours.
I'm the weatherman.
The effect might manifest as a golden orb for clear skies, a cloud for rain, falling snowflakes for snow, and so on. You instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom. You create an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect, such as falling leaves, a puff of wind, the sound of a small animal, or the faint odor of a skunk. The effect must fit in a 5-foot cube. Or, you instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. That's Druidcraft.
So where Produce Flame would probably do the lighting a candle, I can take Druidcraft and get that too, basically.
Yes. Or snuff it out. So if you need something in a distance to be dark, you could...
Stop doing
30
that.
feet, you can be like, no.
Please stop. Good night, you. Are you in England or USA? We are in the United States. We are in Massachusetts.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually...
We are East Coast USA.
We normally stream in evenings East Coast USA, so later than most UK folks want to stay up. But we scheduled this stream specifically for folks in the UK because obviously...
Hello, British friend.
Yeah, obviously 40K is a UK thing.
You were asking me about wind scale, and there were a couple of spelling things where there were U's where we in the US don't use them.
We lost them. We've misplaced them somewhere.
We dropped them somewhere. Probably in the ocean.
Yeah, probably in the harbor.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We're in the Boston area, so the Boston Tea Party is kind of a big thing culturally.
Rule of Britannia. You do that. You go ahead. Somebody was like, "How do you describe where you live without using the name of without using any of the names of the town?" Nice greetings from Austria. Oh, hello.
Oh wow, Austria. That's awesome.
Hello, friend.
We had someone from. Where was the person who was in here earlier from? Did they
They're
say
German.
Germany, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or at least they speak German.
Yeah.
They didn't specify where they were from.
But the person was like,
Welcome from Austria.
yes. They were like, describe where you live without naming the place or any sort of geographical things. Like, what is your place of residence known for? And I was like, the world's largest and most spiteful cup of tea. Also that marathon thing, but that's a little less.
People do know it though, because people come from around the
Yeah.
world for it. So. And my town is known for a bunch of presidents.
Presidents.
Yeah.
City of presidents.
That checks out. Yeah, doesn't it? I mean, I didn't do it based on where I actually live. Where I actually
from the area where people assume you're from.
I tell people I'm from Boston, and then when they're like, "Oh, where?" and I'm like, "Well, actually,
So,
if you actually know where Massachusetts is, or where things in Massachusetts are, then I'll get into that."
That's
but
why I always talk about the greater Boston area.
roughly Boston. Oh, hello.
Another follow.
Okay, for the soul, thank you very much for
Thank you.
following.
Hello.
For these souls of the feet. You do a lot of walking and standing.
I would like Novocaine for my feeties sometimes.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Except, unfortunately, Novocaine and I do not get along.
Oh no. Is
I
it?
can use it, but then I pay for it after.
Is it all the?
Sore face for the entire side of the face
No.
for about 20 hours after the
No. The drone look nice.
fact.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, I'll tell you that.
Is it all of the canes, or is it just Novocaine specifically?
Mostly.
Okay, so it's not like benzocaine and lidocaine and stuff like.
Lidocaine is usually okay. It's that, I'll tell you my dentist story later.
Yeah.
It is 5 o'clock Eastern right now.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
So, about 10 p.m. UK, and now is, I think, when we are thinking about signing off.
Yeah.
I have made a lot of progress. Let me show off my towel one more time.
I'm going to turn off my mic while Andy shows off his towel.
Yeah.
I put a light coat on all of my Tau warriors except the Chasui, who is the leader. So these guys are all looking pretty good now. This is the one that I had erroneously done in a much too bright white, and he's looking better now. So we've got these dudes. I spent a lot of time today working on my turret and my my drones. So we've made some progress on them. They're beginning to look good. Of course, now I'm touching all the wet paint and leaving fingerprints on them. But I've got my drones coming together now because they were pretty much bare this morning. This is the top of the turret. So next week, and between now and next week, I'm going to do the light coat on the Chasui, the leader of my Tau squad. Next week at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, so 6 p.m. GMT, I will be doing finer detail work on these guys. So all of these folks, I'm going to be doing their eye lenses, I'm going to be doing highlighting, the tips of the guns, belt pouch stuff, backpacks. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of little washes and highlights and stuff like that next week. And then don't forget that on Sunday, if you're an aficionado of D&D, we will be playing D&D on Sunday. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
And on Friday, that's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, so 8 p.m. GMT, which is kind of late for you folks, but if you feel like tuning in, you can. If you miss it, it will be in the VOD, and it will be in our YouTube channel, so you can always check it out later. There's less interaction with chat during that than there would be.
Get super distracted,
Yeah.
so we tend to hide the chat while we're at
You're off camera here, Amanda. Hang on.
And
There you are. There you are.
We're getting there.
Leaning in.
Which, although at least for next week, at least for the first one, not for the one that's on St. Patrick's Day, but
Yeah.
my boyfriend is still down to be our chat mod, and
Fantabulous.
although he is going to borrow whichever computer is here rather than bring his, because apparently his decided it doesn't remember how to screen
That's fantastic.
or sound.
Oh, I've had that happen.
It's like, well, it's powered on. So he's like, I'm doing the world's longest power cycle, and then I'm going to let it drain out by the LED battery light.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's doing that. But he will be chat mod, so he'll be able to
Fantastic.
kind of, and
And interact and
chat
be
In
back
like
and forth.
between now and
Yeah.
then, on Friday.
Good night, Novocaine.
Good night, sleep well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was great chatting with you and some great advice from you. I appreciate it. Going to continue to work on my technique and such.
Yeah.
Work on wetting my paints down because everybody tells me I need to do that. Before the D&D game, Amanda, you're going to be painting on Friday or Saturday? What
Friday.
week is it? Friday.
I
So
will
on
be
Friday morning,
continuing-
Amanda will be painting.
My Highlander figures.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'll be painting more of the River Horse Highlander board game figures. I'm still plugging along on the Princes of the Universe expansion. I'm going to be trying to fix up my Amy Gray figure and then hopefully get some screenshots from the movie of Castigar in his frock coat so that I can figure out all the detailing on that because I don't have a really good clear picture for that one yet.
So yeah, Highlander minis on Friday morning, sometime. Friday evening, we're going to be playing some board game. Oh, we're playing a dungeon crawl.
is this
board
on the
game.
same channel? Yes.
Yes, it's
Yes,
all
it
here.
will be here.
Twitch.tv/Battleground Games Live.
Oh, right here.
Right here, right now.
So yeah, we've got lots of things coming. And next Monday, more work on my towel.
Yeah.
I'm looking
No,
forward to
no
it.
me and Jules next Monday because we'll be.
No,
we'll be
hopefully we'll
working
have
today, but-
our friend Allie here to keep me company
Yay.
and
and
chat
give you
with chat.
advice.
Yes.
And depending on the time, well, yeah, if it's, I might be able to check in for some of it.
Okay, cool.
Not physically, but I'll
No,
be in
no.
chat.
I'll be doing a story time.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll check in on my lunch break for a little bit.
thank you everybody for joining us. It's been a wonderful time,
Yeah.
and I made a lot of progress. I feel really good
Thanks for hanging
about
out.
what I was able to get
Yeah.
done today. And we'll see you on Friday.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.